Match Me Again. No Match for Love, Book 10. Written by Lindsay Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. I am not afraid of storms, for I am learning how to sail my ship. Louisa May Alcott. Chapter 1. Lauren should have called in sick to work today. What were the odds that out of all the rookie reporters at Tulsa One, she would end up covering the state science competition? She held her smile for the last shot, grasping the microphone so tightly that her hand ached as she stared straight into the camera and fought the urge to run. Where was a good tornado to chase when she needed one? Her tailored suit jacket stuck to her back, the heat still stifling in mid-August despite the air conditioner working overtime. The muggy convention center ballroom overflowed with laughing teenagers and their proud parents. Individual conversations pulled at her concentration, and she fought to block them out. Lauren Reynolds, Tulsa One News, didn't notice those things, even if plain old Lauren did. Beside her, a teenage boy with shaggy brown hair shifted from foot to foot, threatening to blow her concentration more than the entire crowd combined. A first-place trophy hid most of his torso, and a lopsided grin revealed metal braces with fluorescent blue bands. But it wasn't his constant fidgeting that distracted her. It was how much he reminded her of another boy who had worn an almost identical smile after winning his own trophy his senior year. Lauren's breathing quickened at the memory, and she fought to keep her brow from creasing as the camera continued to roll. She wouldn't let being here get to her. This would be the best human interest piece the station had ever seen. If she wanted so much as a prayer of landing the roving reporter spot next year, she needed to impress her boss, Doyle. "And cut," Shannon said from behind the camera, her voice rough and raspy. The red light underneath the lens blinked off, and she lowered the heavy equipment from where it rested on one shoulder. Lauren let the microphone drop. Finally, she could escape this dark pit of unwelcome memories. She turned to the boy, extending a hand even though what she really wanted to do was bolt. It wasn't his fault that he reminded her of someone else. "Congratulations again," she said. "The spot should air on the 10 o'clock news tonight." "Thank you." He shifted his trophy to one hand and gave hers a firm shake. The action was so completely Tanner that it had her heart slamming against her ribcage. Lauren had been so proud of his win, and still in shock that such a funny, intelligent senior had chosen her, a mere sophomore, as his girlfriend. Life had seemed perfect. Back then, it had never occurred to her that they might not be together forever. Then a tornado had launched her parents' car into a tree, killing them instantly, and Lauren's entire world had come crashing down around her. Tanner had tried to forcibly repair that world, creating a fissure in their relationship wider than the Grand Canyon. The boy raced over to parents who enveloped him in a hug. Even his walk reminded her of Tanner, a little unsure and clumsy, like someone who had grown too fast and wasn't used to his new body. Guilt coated Lauren's tongue, thick and bitter. She had been here a month and was no closer to apologizing for the past than she had been while a student at the University of Washington in Seattle. When she had received the job offer from Tulsa One, exhilaration had battled with fear. The possibility of covering storms in Tornado Alley was a dream come true, but finally facing her past felt like a nightmare. But 4 years was long enough to run. She was no longer a scared 18-year-old paralyzed with grief. One of these days, she'd actually make the hour-long drive to Sunset Plains, instead of turning back halfway there like she had done half a dozen times in the months since her move to Oklahoma. Odds were Tanner didn't even live there anymore, but she had to try to find him and apologize. "You did great," Shannon said, breaking Lauren out of her thoughts. "Thanks." Lauren shoved her microphone in the duffel bag of equipment, more than ready to get out of here. Her entire body hummed with the need to chase a storm. Tonight's weather forecast was promising. Tornado season was typically ended in Oklahoma right about now, but the weather patterns had been unusual this year, and meteorologists predicted at least a few more tornadoes through September. "This piece should turn out halfway decent," Shannon said. "At least it wasn't another slice of bread toasted to look like Woody Guthrie, right?" Lauren laughed. Last week had been slow for news, and Doyle had picked them to cover that particularly bizarre tale. It hadn't been easy to keep a straight face while filming the piece. "Yeah, I guess that's something." She lifted her hair off her neck, desperate for a breeze, while Shannon lovingly packed up her camera. Could she possibly move any slower? Lauren jealously eyed Shannon's frayed boyfriend shorts, white tank, and frizzy auburn hair pulled back in a messy bun. Shannon looked cool and refreshed, whereas Lauren knew she was sporting more than a healthy glisten. She'd forgotten how hot Oklahoma summers could be. Maybe she should have become a professional storm chaser instead of a journalist. No one had cared what she wore during her summers working with the crew. But she'd always planned on being a news reporter, and her parents had enthusiastically supported that goal. Despite abandoning every other reminder of her past, Lauren had stubbornly clung to that one tenuous connection, her anchor in the midst of the hurricane. Shannon finally zipped the tote bag closed and slung it over her shoulder. Lauren quickly picked up her own bag and wove through the crowd, eager to escape this building filled with unwelcome reminders. Tanner had kissed her breathless in that alcove. She had held his hand as they had walked through those doors. Each of the sweet memories had been tainted by their last 3 weeks together and the shame that had clung to her like a shadow for 4 years. Lauren burst through the doors, immediately feeling her muscles relax. She peered up at the sky, but no funnel cloud was in sight and no sirens wailed a warning. Just an overcast sky that barely even hinted at rain. She hoped the forecast was right and the storm was on its way. Didn't Tulsa know that she hadn't moved back for clear skies? Shannon exited the building and raised an eyebrow, the doors swinging shut behind her. "Where's the fire?" Lauren raised an eyebrow, pretending to be confused. "What do you mean?" "You seem awfully eager to get away from here." "Just dying of heat stroke," Lauren said, keeping her voice light. "Hey, Doyle said a thunderstorm's supposed to hit tonight. Maybe the station will let us tag along for practice." "Okay," Shannon said easily. She popped open the van's back doors and they both placed their bags inside. "I'll ask Doyle when we get back," Lauren said. If they were really lucky, a funnel would form and they'd catch the vortex on camera. Lauren climbed into the passenger seat of the van, eager to get back to the station. She pulled out her cell phone and scrolled through emails while Shannon cursed their way through the afternoon rush hour traffic. Lauren deleted the emails containing coupons she wouldn't use before opening the Daily Digest from the Sunset Plains Chronicle. The newspaper was her daily dose of home. She had subscribed shortly after leaving, and each piece of information was bittersweet. She hadn't been there when her best friend from high school, Vanessa, got married and had her first baby. Didn't get to hear the town gossips titter when Cassidy, Tanner's little sister, got engaged to a famous movie star. But there hadn't been a single piece of news about Tanner in 4 years. Lauren had searched for information about him online with no luck. He'd never been the type to spend much time on social media. The lack of news was both a relief and a source of stress. No news meant she had no idea what he was up to, but it also meant he probably wasn't engaged, married, or a father. She knew it was unfair to hope he was still single, but a tiny part of her heart had never fully let go. A photo appeared at the top of the email, the familiar face making Lauren suck in a breath. She stared at the headline, her heart suddenly beating painfully in her chest. Obituary for Dana Olson. What had happened? Mrs. Olson couldn't have been more than 50. She had been Lauren's favorite high school teacher and her mother's best friend. Lauren could still see Mrs. Olson's neat, all-caps handwriting filling the whiteboard as she lectured on weather systems. Could still hear her clear voice singing Amazing Grace with the church choir at Lauren's parents' funeral. She'd met Tanner in Mrs. Olson's classroom, fallen in love with him there as they connected over their mutual love of meteorology. Lauren clicked on the link with a shaking finger and quickly scanned the article. Breast cancer. They hadn't caught it until it was too late. Tears filled her eyes and she blinked, forcing them back. Shannon glanced over at Lauren, her own eyes filled with concern. "Hey, is everything okay?" Lauren quickly swiped her cheeks, avoiding Shannon's gaze. The smell of coffee and cigarettes sharpened as the singing from the radio came back into focus. Lauren glanced again at her phone. She couldn't believe Mrs. Olson was really gone. "I'm okay," Lauren said. She held up her phone. "Just reading the paper from my hometown. One of my high school teachers passed away yesterday." "Oh, Laura, I'm so sorry. Were the two of you close?" Close. Such an undefinable word. In high school, Lauren would have said certainly. "I guess so. Mrs. Olson always encouraged me to pursue meteorology." In fact, when the principal refused to allow Lauren, still only a sophomore, into the honors earth science class, Mrs. Olson had argued until Lauren was granted special permission to take it early. She might never have fallen in love with Tanner if not for that. They'd been assigned as lab partners in that class. Lauren massaged her temples, and the music blaring from the radio ricocheted around her brain. "Talia, turn down the volume," Shannon instructed the car's automated system, as though sensing Lauren's need for quiet. The radio lowered until it was barely background noise. "So Mrs. Olson was like a mentor?" "More like an aunt. She and my mom were best friends." Mrs. Olson had called Lauren daily after the funeral, at least until Lauren had her cell phone disconnected. She had felt so broken. In a matter of weeks, she had lost both of her parents and graduated from high school. The only thing she had known to do was run. By the time she realized she had made a mistake, 2 years had passed. It had seemed ridiculous to try to reclaim her old life after so long. Who would even want her back? "I'm so sorry," Shannon said. Lauren locked the phone's screen and shoved it back in her purse. She wouldn't cry. All choices had consequences, and Lauren had to live with hers. "I haven't seen her in years. I guess the obituary just caught me off guard." "Are you going to attend the funeral?" Shannon asked. "Sunset Plains isn't far from here." Lauren chewed on her lip, the pull toward home like a physical yank. She ached to see the pinks and golds of a sunset brush the tall grasses of her family home, longed to watch the lightning bugs flicker in the trees. She'd missed Sunset Plains from the moment she left. It wasn't just the town she longed for, but the people. She wanted to giggle over boys with Vanessa in the lunchroom, kiss Tanner behind the bleachers during a football game, stay up too late making posters advertising the school dance with the rest of the student council members, eat dinner with her parents after a long day. She wanted to go back in time, but rewinding the clock was impossible. "Do you think I should go?" Lauren asked. Shannon shrugged. "I don't see why not." That was because Lauren hadn't told Shannon all of the dirty details about how she had disappeared in the middle of the night like some kind of criminal fleeing punishment. It was that guilt that made Lauren turn the car around before actually reaching Sunset Plains every single time. As though sensing her indecision, Shannon said, "You should go." Lauren thrummed her fingers against her leg, the low hum of the radio and blaring horns of passing cars creating a melody for her jumbled thoughts. She knew she needed to go home, but for a funeral? That seemed like a lot to try to process all at once. The obituary said the viewing would take place at the mortuary that her parents had been held in. Not surprising, since it was the only one in town. Mrs. Olson's service would be held the following day at the same church. Stepping foot inside those buildings would be like ripping out her own heart. Last time she had had Tanner's support, but this time she'd be alone. And what if Tanner came to the funeral too? If he lived close by, no doubt he'd make the effort to attend. Mrs. Olson had meant a lot to him too. No, going back like this would be too hard. Her stomach churned at the thought of setting foot in that funeral home for the viewing, of sitting in a church pew while the choir sang a hymn. No doubt Amazing Grace would be on the program. "Mrs. Olson is gone," Lauren said. "She won't know if I'm there or not." Shannon glanced over, one eyebrow raised. "Yeah, but that's not really the point, is it?" Dang. Lauren hated it when Shannon was right. "I'm just not sure now is a good time. What about work?" Shannon rolled her eyes. "We work 4 days a week." All true, but Lauren hung around the station a lot on her days off, hoping for a story. "Yeah, but what if a story—" "No one's going to begrudge you attending a funeral," Shannon cut in. "It's 1 day, Lauren. Chances are you'll miss out on nothing." She knew Shannon was right, but Lauren wasn't ready for the onslaught of pain returning would bring to the surface. Every inch of that town had brimmed with raw memories in the weeks after her parents' deaths. Lauren had been desperate for a fresh start, but Tanner had insisted they should stick to the plans they had made before everything changed. He wanted to stay in Sunset Plains through the summer and then leave for Texas in the fall. He'd repeatedly told her she was in no condition to make life-altering decisions, and he had been right. But Lauren could no sooner have stayed for 3 months than cut off her own arm. All of her pleadings for change had fallen on deaf ears, so she had left without him. "I don't know," Lauren said. Shannon shot her another glance. "It sounds like you don't want to go home." "That's not it." Lauren sighed, gazing out the window. She could finally see the studio in the distance, but it would take them at least another 10 minutes to traverse the 3 blocks. "It's complicated." "Home always is," Shannon said. "Look, do you want to say goodbye to Mrs. Olson?" Lauren hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah." "Okay, then. You said she was your mom's best friend, right? So don't you think your mom would want you to go?" Lauren remembered her mother and Mrs. Olson standing in the church foyer in their Sunday best, laughing over something only the two of them understood. But the image was soon replaced with another, more grim memory of 2 gleaming caskets poised on taut green belts above gaping holes. She hadn't returned to the cemetery since the funeral. Did anyone take flowers to her parents' graves, or did they stand empty and alone? Mrs. Olson had probably taken flowers. And Shannon was right. Mom would want Lauren to go. She'd say people were the most important thing in the world, and Lauren shouldn't let her fears get in the way of paying her respects. She'd already done that once and still lived daily with the consequences. "I should go," Lauren said quietly. "You should go," Shannon agreed. Maybe visiting Sunset Plains could be cleansing, like a summer thunderstorm. Tanner probably wasn't even there. A town of 5,000 didn't exactly boast many job opportunities for meteorologists. But she could get his contact information from his parents and decide where to go from there. He'd heard through the grapevine that she was back in town, paving the way for her to apologize. Home. In 4 years, she hadn't spent time anywhere that deserved that title. Home. A chance to finally set things right. Sunset Plains was calling her back. Chapter 2. Of all the places Tanner had wanted to spend his first day back in Sunset Plains, a funeral home was at the absolute bottom of his list. He stared out the car window at the whitewashed brick building across the street, its parking lot filled with rusting trucks and shining SUVs. The late summer heat was stifling, making his thin cotton button-down shirt stick to his skin despite the air conditioner working overtime. Country music played softly from the radio as his parents and younger sister Cassidy discussed potential venues for her upcoming wedding. Tanner shoved a hand in his pocket, running a finger over the divots of his new key. He'd only pulled into town an hour ago, and the moving trucks still sat fully loaded in the driveway of the Reynolds house. Mama had barely given him time to change into something more appropriate before hustling him into the car. "It's not the Reynolds house anymore," he reminded himself. "It's my home now." 4 years had been long enough to stay away from the town he loved. He was ready to ignore the past and focus on the future. Buying Lauren's old home had made that more difficult than he'd anticipated, but there weren't a lot of real estate options in a town of 5,000. She'd sold the home to a young family after leaving Sunset Plains, and they'd fixed it up so that Tanner had hardly recognized the place when he toured it. He'd felt uncomfortable buying the house at first, but his older brother Sean had convinced him to go through with the purchase. It was just a house, and Tanner shouldn't pass up a great piece of real estate just because he had dated the girl who had grown up there. Next week, he'd start teaching meteorology at the satellite campus for the University of Oklahoma. The college was nestled on the edge of town and relatively small, only one building with perhaps 20 classrooms. It served 5 or 6 nearby towns in addition to Sunset Plains and had a brand new weather center, which would be perfect for his PhD coursework. His parents had practically cried tears of joy when Tanner told them he had gotten the job there and was moving back. They'd only raised their eyebrows a little when he told them which property he was buying and had thankfully kept any negative opinions to themselves. Dad cut the engine and they all climbed out of the car. "We won't stay long," Mama said, the gravel of the lot crunching beneath her feet. "Just enough time to pay our respects to the family." Cassidy caught Tanner's eye and smirked, just like she had 1,000 times when they were growing up. Despite being 2 years apart in age, they'd always been close. It was because of Cassidy that he had first noticed Lauren. The two girls had been in the same grade and pretty friendly with each other. Tanner swallowed hard. Lauren's unexpected intrusion into his thoughts hit him right in the gut. He hoped she was okay, that she had found the peace she so desperately sought. "We won't get out of here in under an hour," Cassidy whispered, her voice low enough that Tanner was certain only he could hear. But her words were filled with a fondness for Sunset Plains that he could relate to. "Guess I'll get all of my 'yes, I'm back in town for good' conversations out of the way in one swoop," Tanner said. No doubt the entire town would show up at some point tonight. Cassidy squeezed his arm. "Everyone's just excited to have you back, including me. Now we just need to convince Sean and Natalie to move here and everything will be perfect." Perfect. Tanner used to think that was attainable, but now he knew that perfection was just a lie people told themselves. His family was more than proof of that. Sean had experienced a crippling car accident on Christmas Eve of all days that crushed his dreams of joining the Navy. Cassidy had been left at the altar, pregnant and alone, and ultimately lost the baby. And Tanner, well, the love of his life had broken his heart. He frowned, shoving his hands in his pockets. He hadn't wanted to think about Lauren, but buying her house, being back in Sunset Plains, and more specifically at the mortuary, made it impossible. Mama paused outside the glass doors and gave both him and Cassidy a piercing glare. "You two behave," she said. "We're here to pay our respects, and that kind of thing can't be rushed." "I thought you said we wouldn't be here long," Tanner said, raising one eyebrow. Mama placed a hand on her hip, eyes narrowing. "Don't make me wallop you, Tanner Erickson. You might be an adult now, but you're still my son, and I'll bend you over my knee if I have to. It'll take as long as it takes." Tanner stifled a sigh. Viewings were social events in Sunset Plains, and between his return to town and their mother's penchant for talking, they'd be here all night. He'd be pushing it to get the moving truck unloaded and returned by the 8 a.m. cutoff time tomorrow morning. "You act like we were raised in a barn," Cassidy said. "We do have manners, you know. We want to pay our respects to Mrs. Olson just as much as you do. She was our teacher." Guilt slammed into Tanner with a reminder, making his stomach clench. Mrs. Olson was dead, and he was worried about something as mundane as a late fee. He'd always meant to send Mrs. Olson a thank you card for all the recommendation letters she had written for him, over a dozen between the scholarships and university entrance applications. She'd been his favorite teacher by a long shot, but she had also been a painful reminder of Lauren. "We can stay as long as we need to," Tanner told his mom. "Well, we don't want to take up too much of the family's time," Mama said. Cassidy rolled her eyes at Tanner as they followed their parents inside. I'd like to amend my earlier prediction. $5 says we're here no less than 90 minutes. I'm not dumb enough to take that bet, Tanner whispered. I'd lose. He took a deep breath and stepped inside the foyer, bracing himself for the flood of memories he knew would assault him. Floral arrangements were crammed into every inch of the space, just like they had been on the day of Lauren's parents' viewing. People sat on the plaid couches, their voices low and respectful as they reminisced about Mrs. Olson. Tanner could still remember the way Lauren had looked when she stepped through the doors, so stoic and grim. She'd worn a lacy black dress that overshadowed her thin frame. Her blonde hair had hung straight and limp around her face, and her eyes had been sunken and lifeless. It had torn him in two to see her hurting so badly. He'd wanted so badly to shield her from that pain. But when he had tried to put a comforting arm around her shoulders, she had shrugged him off and walked away. The low murmur of voices washed over Tanner as he stood frozen, replaying the memories. The bitterness burning his tongue surprised him. He had thought he'd gotten past that, but today was bringing it all back. Something had changed in their relationship the day her parents died. No matter how hard Tanner tried, he hadn't been able to repair what was broken, and he had tried so hard. It had taken over a year for him to realize that Lauren hadn't wanted him to fix anything. Losing both parents wasn't the kind of problem that could be solved, but Tanner had stupidly thought he could make it all better. One day they were posing together for graduation pictures, and the next Lauren's cell phone had been disconnected. The only clue had been a note she had left in his mailbox that said, "Please don't try to find me. I'm sorry." For 3 weeks he had heard her insist she needed a completely different plan for her life, and yet he had never really listened to her pleas. Maybe because he had never dreamed her new plans didn't include him. Tanner wrapped his hand around the keys still in his pocket, focusing on the pain as the edges dug into his skin. He'd rearranged his entire life to be close to Lauren. After graduating high school, he couldn't bear the thought of being separated from her for 2 years. So he'd attended the satellite campus in Sunset Plains, waiting to go to Texas A&M until he could bring Lauren with him. And she'd left without a backward glance. He'd planned on proposing at Christmas. Lauren hadn't known. He had told her the part-time job was to save up for tuition, not a ring. But he had been certain that she was the right girl for him. And even though they had been young, only 18 and 20 years old, it had felt like the right decision at the time. Mama nudged Tanner aside, breaking the spell. He stood in front of a small table covered in a white lace cloth, a book of remembrance laid open with a vase of lilies beside it. Mama reached for the pen and quickly signed all 4 of their names. Tanner blinked rapidly, running a hand over his face. He'd long ago accepted that he would probably never see Lauren again. Total closure, the kind talked about in books, wasn't in the cards for him. He'd had 2 serious relationships since their breakup, but the whisper of what should have been was always at the back of his mind. Neither girlfriend had been able to compete with Lauren's memory, and eventually they'd stopped trying. Just 2 more reasons to be angry with Lauren. Sean and his new wife, Natalie, kept trying to convince Tanner to go on a 2-jour cruise. The newlyweds had met on one last Christmas and fallen in love in 8 days. But Tanner wasn't interested in joining the matchmaking agency, even one as respected as 2jour. Sean and Natalie were a unique case. Besides, Tanner had already experienced his once-in-a-lifetime love. She'd ruined him for all other women. Tanner took a deep, calming breath. He couldn't let being here get to him. Those memories were long buried, and that's where they needed to stay. "Sarah!" one of his parents' neighbors called from across the room, waving her hand. Mama tugged on Dad's arm, dragging him toward the woman. "You kids get in line and we'll catch up with you in a bit," she said. Cassidy smoothed her long blonde braid over one shoulder, causing her engagement ring to flash in the dim light. "Yeah, right," she said, her tone teasing. Tanner gave her a quick side hug, affection for his sister swelling in his chest. "I've missed you, Cass." She raised one eyebrow in a clear question, then shrugged.
I've missed you too.
The line of mourners trailed nearly into the foyer, and Tanner and Cassidy took their place at the end. He craned his neck, trying to see into the room while doing quick calculations in his head. Each person would take, 30 seconds to give their condolences and say their goodbyes? And that was if they didn't linger. Brevity wasn't a treasured trait in Sunset Plains. Tanner sighed, letting his shoulders slump. It'd be dark by the time they got home. He'd have to wake up with the birds and unload the truck in the morning. The main room was even more crowded with people and floral arrangements than the foyer. The crowd shifted, and he caught a glimpse of the shimmery plum-colored casket and Mrs. Olson lying peacefully inside.
I can't believe she's gone.
Cassidy twisted the end of her braid around one finger, shifting from foot to foot. Me neither, Tanner said. Mrs. Olson had been a permanent fixture in Sunset Plains for his entire life.
She was still so young. Just last week at church, she told me she'd finally perfected her cherry pie recipe and couldn't wait to share it at the 4th of July picnic. It's a crying shame we'll never get to taste that pie, the woman in front of them said.
Tanner blinked. He'd forgotten that there was no such thing as a private conversation in Sunset Plains. He peered around Cassidy and instantly recognized the severe bun and wide smile of Mrs. Collins. Great. They really would be here all night if they started a conversation with her. But he wouldn't complain or try to rush his family out of here. Mrs. Olson didn't deserve that.
I know,
Cassidy let out a sigh.
She promised to show me how to make her pie crust so I could sell them at the bakery during the holidays. I guess I'll have to keep working on my own recipe now. I'm sure it'll be every bit as good as Dana's was. I'll be sure to stop by and order some pie come Thanksgiving.
Mrs. Collins patted Cassidy's hand, then turned her smile to Tanner.
It's nice to see you back in town.
It's good to be back, Tanner said.
And how was it, living in Texas?
Mrs. Collins asked. Not nearly as nice as living in Oklahoma. Mrs. Collins laughed, slapping him playfully on the arm.
Good answer.
It was also the truth. Even after 4 years, Texas had never felt like home. Tanner wasn't sure if it was the cramped housing or life as a college student, but he had never quite fit in. Maybe it was because he had planned on living there with Lauren. He choked back the anger cloaked in sadness that always waited to swallow him whole. Would the ache ever completely go away? He hoped she wasn't still chasing storms. Surely in 4 years she'd at least moved on enough to find another outlet for her pain. The line inched forward. Mr. Olson stood beside the casket, looking solemn in a charcoal gray suit and tie. He had the same haunted look in his eyes that Lauren had possessed at her parents' funeral.
Heard you bought the Reynolds' old place, Mrs. Collins said. Interesting choice.
Tanner swallowed. It wasn't really the Reynolds' place anymore, was it? The Crawfords lived there for 4 years. Mrs. Collins waved a hand dismissively.
Well, we're all glad you're putting down roots here, whoever's home it was. I know your mama's missed you, and just in time for Cassidy's wedding.
Cassidy giggled. Tanner stared at his sister, raising one eyebrow. She wasn't the giggling type, but it seemed to happen a lot whenever Jace was mentioned.
We just got engaged a few weeks ago, Cassidy said. The wedding won't be for a while yet. Have you set a date?
Cassidy shook her head.
We're thinking early spring. Jace's agent wants us to have a big Hollywood wedding, but we want something small right here in Sunset Plains. We're thinking of doing it at Jace's ranch if we can get the barn finished in time.
Mrs. Collins nodded approvingly.
I assume you'll be using a wedding planner? Oh, yes. Jace's publicist has already put me in touch with the frosted bride.
Mrs. Collins' eyes widened.
Oh, the celebrities use them. Toujours just named them as the wedding planners of choice for next year.
Cassidy gave Tanner a wry smile, like this wedding talk was of any interest to him.
Yes, I'm flying to California next week to meet with Kelsey. She's one of their newer planners, but she seems very competent. And what about the dress? Mrs. Collins asked. Have you picked a designer?
Tanner barely hid a yawn. He had a feeling this wedding talk would continue the entire time they were in line. Awesome.
I think so. Have you ever heard of Genevieve Dallaire?
Mrs. Collins put a hand on Cassidy's arm and gasped.
Another toujours pick. My dear, this wedding is going to be fabulous. I still can't believe that Genevieve agreed to design my dress. Honey, you're marrying Jace Larson. Everyone is dying for your business, I'm sure. Where is Jace today?
Cassidy blushed, her ears turning pink at the mention of her fiancé. Tanner didn't know Jace well, just that he was a famous Hollywood actor head over heels in love with Cassidy, but what Tanner did know of Jace, he liked. Sean had met Jace on the Toujours cruise and gave the man a glowing recommendation, and their parents seemed fond of him.
He went to Kentucky on some ranch business, Cassidy said. He'll be back on Sunday so we can fly out to California. The entire town is just tickled pink at how he's taken to ranching, Mrs. Collins said. He's a natural, Cassidy agreed.
Tanner shifted from foot to foot, already tired of this conversation. Did Mrs. Collins intend to talk the entire time they were in line?
And how are Sean and his new wife?
Mrs. Collins asked. Apparently she did.
They're doing very well, Cassidy said. Still living in Arizona, but I think they've about decided to move to California. Mama isn't thrilled, of course, but it makes sense that Natalie would want to be close to her family. They've promised to visit often.
Tanner discreetly glanced at his watch. Why had he packed his bed frame and mattress at the back of the moving truck? He'd have to unload the entire thing to get it out, and it didn't look like that would be happening tonight. His parents had offered to let him sleep at their place, but he wanted to spend his first night back in Sunset Plains in his new home, bed or not. The line moved forward while Mrs. Collins and Cassidy chatted about wedding plans. At the front of the line, a woman with platinum blonde curls hugged Mr. Olson. The color was lighter than Lauren's, but the curls, all natural and falling in soft waves, reminded him of her. Tanner took a deep breath, trying to refocus. He was only thinking of Lauren so much because the funeral home held such strong memories of their time together. Something in the woman's hair caught the light. Tanner blinked, then squinted. He could just make out blue gemstones clustered together in a clip. He'd given Lauren a similar one as a graduation present. The blue sapphires had formed a thundercloud with a diamond lightning bolt through the middle. He looked over the woman again, this time more slowly as his heart raced. She was slender like Lauren had always been, but had more womanly curves. The clothes were more conservative too, screaming business casual. The gray pumps and fitted black dress looked nothing like the flowing sundresses with jean jackets she had gravitated toward in high school. Tanner shook his head, attempting to clear it. For a year after she had left, he'd imagined seeing Lauren everywhere he went. It was natural that ghosts of his past would haunt him for a while now that he was back in town. Did Lauren ever think about him? Did she wish things had turned out differently?
I think Jace is enjoying the break from acting, Cassidy was saying. I'm not entirely convinced he won't return to it someday, but his heart seems to be in Oklahoma. Of course it is, Mrs. Collins said. That's where you are, dear.
The woman with the clip turned, her profile just visible. Pixie nose, slightly upturned at the end, full lips, high cheekbones. Tanner's heart clawed at his throat and he struggled to clear his vision. The clip flashed again in the light. A lightning bolt. The blonde woman patted Mr. Olson's hand, then moved on to the casket. She gazed down at Mrs. Olson for a few seconds, then left the line with a familiar walk, confident without being overbearing, with just a touch of bounce in her steps. Tanner rubbed a hand over his eyes. Being here was playing tricks on his mind. The woman turned as though sensing she was being watched. Her eyes landed on Tanner's, then widened as her jaw went slack. She caught her lip between her teeth and folded her arms in a gesture that seemed decidedly defensive. But she didn't look away. Tanner's chest tightened as his breath stuttered to a halt. It wasn't a trick of the light or a memory from his past. It was her. Lauren was back in Sunset Plains. Chapter 3. Lauren stared across the room at Tanner, her limbs frozen stiff and heart beating out a rapid staccato. So he was back in Sunset Plains. Or had he never left? The scent of flowers was suddenly overpowering, making her head pound and stomach roll with nausea. A bubble of hysteria pressed against her lips, and she covered her mouth with a shaking hand. Wouldn't it be ironic if, after fighting so much about Texas A&M, he'd ended up not attending? She couldn't believe Tanner was here, in the same room as her. A metallic taste coated Lauren's tongue, accompanied swiftly by a wave of worry. Her veins flooded with ice while longing for what could have been welled up inside her. Back in high school, she would have run across the room, leapt into his arms, and wrapped her legs tightly around his waist. Tanner would have buried his hands in her hair, making her scalp tingle with awareness, and then he would have kissed her breathless. She could almost hear the echo of slamming locker doors and smell the sour tang of cafeteria food. Perspiration chilled her body as her emotions, already so close to the surface, threatened to swallow her whole. She'd fought back tears all night as the memories dredged up by the funeral home overwhelmed her, and now she was facing her strongest and most powerful memory of all. Tanner rubbed a hand over his slack jaw, covered in a day's worth of dark scruff. She was abruptly yanked out of the past and firmly back to the present. Lauren struggled to swallow the softball that had wedged itself in her esophagus. For 3 years, he had been her everything. Did 3 unbelievably horrific weeks erase all that? Maybe if she had stayed, they would have been able to work things out. What kind of person broke up with the man she loved in a note? It was the only way, she reminded herself. Had she told him her plans face to face, he would have tried to stop her. Probably would have succeeded. Tanner hadn't understood what she was going through. She had tried to explain a dozen times, but he had been so busy trying to fix things that he hadn't listened. But that didn't mean she didn't owe him one big, fat apology. An apology she wasn't sure she was ready for. Someone brushed past Lauren, and she took a few steps away from the receiving line. Last time she'd stood here, Tanner had stayed by her side the entire night, whispering reassurances in her ear while rubbing small circles on her back. The action was meant to be comforting, but it had shattered her into a million pieces over and over again. Her parents were dead. There weren't enough words in the world to undo that reality. Somehow, in the 3 weeks between their deaths and leaving town, Tanner had transformed from an anchor in Lauren's life into a ball and chain. He'd become so overprotective. She had started chasing tornadoes, desperate to feel something other than pain, to feel close to her parents, and it had created a wall of arguments between them that she didn't have the energy to climb. Tanner's constant questions and prodding had suffocated her. She hadn't needed a surrogate parent in her life. She'd needed her boyfriend. Lauren took a deep, shuddering breath, unable to look away from Tanner's intense gaze. Even from across the room, his eyes accused her. "You left," they seemed to say. "Who does that?" "I'm sorry," she wanted to shout across the room. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know what else to do." She'd needed a fresh start, away from the pain and constant reminders, and Texas A&M hadn't been good enough. That was a life she had planned with her parents, one filled with season football tickets and promises to visit frequently. Tanner hadn't wanted to hear it, though. He had stubbornly insisted she needed normalcy, had said grief wasn't a good reason to make life-changing decisions. He had been determined to fix the unfixable. The woman next to Tanner waved. Jealousy flared through Lauren, surprising the breath right out of her until she recognized the trademark blonde braid slung over one shoulder. Cassidy. Of course he had come with his family. But even if he hadn't, Lauren had no right to be jealous. She returned Cassidy's wave with a tentative one of her own. Tanner continued to stare like he had just seen the Rocky Mountains and Sunset Plains. His suit hung loosely on a string bean frame, shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows and tie slightly askew. He reached up, adjusting his thick black-framed glasses, something new since high school. It gave him a sexy professor look that had Lauren's mouth growing dry. Ready or not, it was time to face the music. She took a deep breath and then took a purposeful step forward. Tanner blinked as though coming out of a daze. Cassidy grabbed his hand and tugged him toward Lauren. What was going through his mind right now? Lauren kept her arms folded as she cautiously walked toward the pair, trying to read Tanner's expression. Would he yell, give her a hug, tell her to get out? It surprised her just how much she wanted that hug. She'd always thought running into Tanner again would dredge up all the negative feelings she had harbored for years. She hadn't expected the good feelings to still be so strong. They were close enough now that Lauren could smell the fresh scent of Tanner's aftershave, something that resembled freshly fallen rain. He didn't pull her in for a hug, but Cassidy did. The embrace was unexpected but welcome. Lauren held on to Cassidy, her eyes stinging with tears. She could count on one hand the number of times she had been hugged in the last 4 years. She'd kept everyone, from roommates to boyfriends, at arm's length since leaving.
"You're the last person I expected to see today," Cassidy said, releasing Lauren.
People swirled around them, oblivious to the uncomfortable reunion taking place.
"You look great. The lighter blonde highlights suit you."
"Thanks." Lauren struggled to force the single word through lips that felt heavy and numb. "You're wearing the hair clip," Tanner said, his voice hoarse. Lauren ran her fingers over the gemstones self-consciously, noticing her arms were covered in goosebumps. Tanner always had managed to have that effect on her. She'd almost left the clip behind when she had fled town, but had thrown it in her jewelry box at the last moment. It had sat there, untouched, until today. She'd stared at it for nearly 10 minutes before slipping it into her hair.
"It felt appropriate, all things considered," Lauren said. "I've always loved it."
"Could have fooled me." The words were so quiet they were almost a whisper. His Adam's apple bobbed while his glasses slid a fraction of an inch down his nose. The words stung. She had left the day after he gave her that clip. She opened her mouth, ready to apologize, but the words caught in her throat. How do you say sorry for breaking someone's heart? Certainly not in front of an audience. She was such a chicken. Lauren focused again on Cassidy, scrambling for something to say.
"Congratulations on the engagement. I saw the announcement in the paper. A movie star. Wow."
Tanner grunted, tugging at his tie. Lauren's shoulders ached with tension, but she couldn't meet his gaze. What was he doing in Sunset Plains?
"I can hardly believe it myself,"
Cassidy said, flicking a glance at her brother.
"Jace is so down to earth, though. The whole town loves him."
Tanner shifted from foot to foot. Lauren swallowed, her inside quivering. Should she ask to speak to him alone? Not that there was a speck of privacy in a funeral home crammed with the entire town. Already they were attracting attention.
"I'm so happy for you," Lauren said. "When's the wedding?"
Cassidy pulled her long blonde braid over one shoulder, still shooting Tanner nervous glances.
I'm not sure. We're still trying to work out the logistics with Jace's agent, but hopefully early spring. Did you hear that Sean got married this summer? I just love his wife, Natalie. She's such a doll."
"I saw that in the paper, too," Lauren said. Were they going to keep making small talk like this meeting wasn't a big deal?
"She's the sister of Wyatt James, right? That football player for the Coyotes? Crazy that you both ended up with celebrity connections. What are the odds?"
"I'm sorry," Tanner interrupted, dropping his now wrinkled blue silk tie. "You still get the Sunset Plains Chronicle?" Lauren's stomach tightened, but she gave a small nod, finally meeting his eyes.
"I never wanted to sever ties completely."
pain flickering across Tanner's face, and he shoved his hands in his pockets. Huh, and here I thought leaving sent a different message. The words sliced like a whip, but she deserved them. Tanner, Cassidy cleared her throat, glancing meaningfully at the mourners whose attention they were attracting. So what brought you back to Sunset Plains, Lauren? Right. Not the right time or place. The soft instrumental hems playing through the funeral home speakers suddenly seemed loud and overbearing. Lauren's eyes welled with tears, and she quickly blinked them back, regret welling up like a swollen river. She shouldn't have stayed away for so long, shouldn't have left in the first place. But how was she supposed to know then that the guilt of leaving would be every bit as painful as staying had been? I heard about Mrs. Olson's passing and came to pay my respects. It seemed like the right thing to do. Tanner adjusted his glasses, folded his arms, shoved his hands once more in his pockets. When he spoke, his voice slid across her skin like sandpaper. That's what brought you back? Huh. And here I thought maybe you'd come back to Sunset Plains because it's your home. The accusations struck like a bolt of lightning, burning from the outside in. His eyes, hooded and dark behind his glasses, dared her to argue. Hot anger rose in her chest as the old emotions came flooding back. It was, until you forced me to leave. Tanner's jaw dropped. Are you serious right now? If you hadn't, Cassidy placed a hand on Tanner's arm and he winced. Her smile was strained. So what have you been up to since high school? Cassidy asked. Lauren closed her eyes, the familiar sick feeling of regret washing over her. She shouldn't have snapped at Tanner. He had every right to hate her for leaving. She hated herself for doing that to him. Lauren folded her arms, fighting the urge to run again. Mostly college. I got a double degree in meteorology and communications. I'm a reporter for Tulsa One now. Human interest stories mostly. Cassidy's eyes flitted to her brother, then back to Lauren. Wow, I had no idea you were back in Oklahoma. When did that happen? Tanner's glare made Lauren's entire body simultaneously hot and cold. He'd never looked at her with such anger. Only about a month. And you're barely making time for a visit home? Tanner demanded. A little heads up would have been nice. Lauren bit her lip. Maybe we should go somewhere and talk privately. You never called. Tanner roughly pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. You could have been dead for all I knew. So, Tulsa One, Cassidy broke in. That's pretty exciting. It's a great station, Lauren said, still watching Tanner. I'm hoping to move from human interest stories to a roving reporter position next year so I can do on-the-ground coverage of storms. Cassidy shot another cautious glance at Tanner. You'd be great at that. I'm glad you stuck with meteorology. Mrs. Olson would be proud. Tears flooded Lauren's eyes and she quickly blinked them back. Sure, she had graduated college and found a great job completely on her own, but proud? She'd run from her problems instead of facing them, and now she was getting defensive with Tanner, who had every right to be upset with her. She should have kept running. Coming back to Sunset Plains was a huge mistake. The memories from the funeral had surrounded her all night, and now Tanner was adding to the tightness in her chest. The tension between them felt unnatural, wrong. Tanner just got his master's in meteorology and is working on his PhD, Cassidy said, patting him on the arm. He just moved back today to teach at the college. Lauren flicked her eyes to Tanner, and she made an effort to keep her voice steady. That's great. You'll make an excellent teacher. No one could help me understand confusing concepts like you could. He took a step toward her, his eyes luminescent in the dim parlor lighting. I went to Texas A&M just like we'd planned, but it felt all wrong without you. Lauren's chest constricted even further, and she struggled for air. What was she supposed to say to that? I just couldn't, she said, her voice cracking on the last word. Tanner, I'm so— And you're going after a roving reporter spot? He cut in. What's that about? You always wanted to be a weather reporter.
She took a deep breath. Weather reporters stay in the studio. I'd rather cover storms from the ground. I remember you were really into that right before you left, Cassidy broke in. Her words were choppy, her back stiff as a board. Clearly this conversation was making everyone uncomfortable, but Lauren wasn't sure how to avoid it. Yeah, Lauren agreed, glancing at Tanner's clenched jaw and balled fists. I've spent the last 4 summers with storm chasers in Tornado Alley. I've gained some great experience from that. Now a roving reporter feels like a better fit than a weather girl.
You're still chasing storms?
Tanner demanded, his voice lined with razor blades. Lauren was catapulted back to the arguments that had escalated into explosive fights in those 3 weeks before she left.
I would have thought you'd be over that by now.
Lauren couldn't breathe, as if she were in the middle of a hurricane with gale-force winds. I did it for school credit. It looks great on my resume.
And it probably gives you more than a few battle scars.
Lauren angrily batted away the tears forming in her eyes. She could feel the eyes watching them, hear the whispers. No doubt she'd be the talk of the town by nightfall. That's not fair. Tanner's eyes were cold and unyielding.
You didn't seem worried about fair when you disappeared.
She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Maybe if we could talk—
3 years, Laure. We were together for 3 years and the only goodbye I got was a cryptic note.
She would not cry in front of Tanner. Lauren tightened her grip on her arms, using it like a shield. There'd be plenty of time alone to bawl like a baby on the drive back to Tulsa. It was a rotten move, but at the time I couldn't see another solution. I'm so sorry, Tanner.
Talking to me would have been a better solution.
She shook her head, biting her lip. You wouldn't listen to anything I said. I was 18 years old, for heaven's sake. Both of my parents had just been ripped from my life. His eyes blazed with a fire she had never witnessed before, not even during their most passionate make-out sessions.
You left me,
he ground out. And just like that, her defenses died. He was right. She closed her eyes, the pain washing over her afresh. She had taken all of their carefully laid out plans and flushed them down the toilet. But he hadn't been willing to adjust them when the unthinkable happened. I don't think now is the time to discuss it, Lauren said in a low voice. Maybe we can go somewhere and talk?
You mean like we talked 4 years ago?
Lauren opened her mouth to argue, but Cassidy put a hand on her arm, cutting her off. Hey, here's an idea, Cassidy said, her voice falsely bright. You should be a guest lecturer for Tanner's class. Having a storm chaser talk to them about weather systems would be a great way to kick off the semester. Tanner continued to glare at Lauren, arms tightly folded.
I'm sure Lauren is very busy fighting her way to the roving reporter spot.
It's not a fight when I deserve to be there, Lauren shot back. Cassidy stepped forward, subtly placing herself between them. Oh, I'm sure Lauren doesn't mind inspiring young minds. The students will love it.
Sure they will, Tanner said. She can convince them all to risk their lives for data that can be collected in safer ways. The dean will love it.
Anger flared in Lauren, and this time she let it rage. She knew she had handled things poorly, had hurt Tanner deeply. But she had been a child and paralyzed by the tragedy life had dealt her. She hadn't known how to handle the memories she had encountered at every corner. Why didn't he understand that? Leaving had never been about him. It had been about dealing with her grief in the only way she knew how. I'll come, Lauren said through gritted teeth. Cassidy clasped her hands together, her smile too wide to be natural. Perfect. Tanner was wondering what to do for a second class. Won't this be great? Tanner closed his eyes, his face lined with anger. Then he blew out a breath and lifted his shoulders in that careless shrug Lauren had fallen for.
Whatever.
Whatever. 3 years as a couple, and she had been reduced to whatever. She bit the inside of her cheek, fighting back tears. Why was she pushing this? She'd tried to apologize. Tanner clearly wasn't interested in anything she had to say.
But something about his eyes tore at her soul, hinting at the pain hidden there. Angry or not, Tanner deserved an apology, a real one where Lauren said her piece without getting defensive. And this would give her the perfect excuse to give it. She could take a few days to compose her thoughts and collect her emotions, and then she would tell Tanner just how sorry she was. Maybe then she could finally be free of the dead weight of regret that followed her wherever she went. "Where and when should I be there?" Lauren asked. Tanner shoved his hands in his pockets, not meeting her eyes. "Since Cassidy is so eager for this to happen, she can get you the information. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a truck to unpack." "But you haven't even said goodbye to Mrs. Olson," Cassidy said, motioning to the casket up ahead. "Mrs. Collins promised to hold our spot, and it's nearly our turn." "You give Mr. Olson my regrets. I need to get out of here." Tanner pushed his way through the crowd, his shoulders straight and back rigid. Lauren's cheeks heated as she encountered the stares of people from her past. At least only those nearest had noticed anything happening. The room was too crowded for most to have witnessed the encounter. Did anyone understand why she had left? "Don't blink," she commanded herself. The tears were too close to the surface. Cassidy laid a gentle hand on Lauren's arm. "Well, that was unexpected. Blink." Lauren looked down, letting her hair hide her wet cheeks. "It was nice to see you again, Cassidy. But I'd better head back to Tulsa before it gets dark." "Okay," Cassidy said. "Let me grab your phone number so I can get you the information about the class." Lauren nodded, and they quickly exchanged information. "See you soon?" Cassidy asked as Lauren quickly shoved her phone in her purse. "Sure." As much as Lauren wanted to run, she knew that this time she couldn't. Not until she told Tanner just how sorry she was. Chapter 4. Tanner dropped a box on his living room floor with a thud and wiped at his brow. Muggy air, thick with last night's thunderstorm, floated through his open door. The last traces of moonlight poured in the large picture window and mingled with dust particles before disappearing underneath the glow of the can lights. The gleaming hardwood floors in this room still threw him every time he stepped inside. Back in the day, it had been carpeted in thick brown shag. Everything was different about the Reynolds house. No, his house. The wood paneling in the den had been replaced with shiplap. Dark oak cabinets in the kitchen had been painted white. And Lauren wasn't lounging on the orange velvet couch, a mysterious smile forever gracing her lips. The chirp of crickets filtered in from outside, a buzzing backdrop to his unwelcome thoughts. Tanner flicked on his cell phone, checking the time. Almost 5 a.m. He stretched, cracking his back. It ached from the few hours he had struggled to sleep on the air mattress borrowed from his parents, and an hour of moving boxes hadn't helped. His parents and Cassidy would be by after morning chores to help unpack, but he figured that if he couldn't sleep, he could at least make sure the moving truck was unloaded and returned on time. He'd thought the hard work would push Lauren out of his mind, but she had crowded into his every thought since last evening. Seeing her across the room at the mortuary had made tectonic plates collide in his heart until he couldn't think clearly. How many nights had he lain awake, planning what he'd say to her if they ever saw each other again? The anger he had worked so hard to overcome rose in his chest once more. He curled his hand into a fist, resisting the urge to throw something. Their relationship had always been even and steady, with infrequent fights and quick apologies. He never would have believed her capable of disappearing without a word. Clearly, he hadn't known her at all. He couldn't believe she was still chasing tornadoes. His shock at her unexpected appearance had morphed into blinding fury when she brought up storms. Every one of their painful fights on the subject had exploded into Tanner's memory. Why, after 4 years, was she still putting her life in danger for an adrenaline rush? Killing herself in a tornado wouldn't bring her parents back. Tanner grabbed another box from the back of the moving truck, breathing hard. One of the porch's light bulbs was burned out, shrouding the truck in shadows, but he'd made steady progress on his own. Tanner headed back inside with a grunt. He shouldn't have treated Lauren so unfairly last night, but he'd been seeing red. He'd thought he was over her. She'd looked amazing last night, even better than his memories. There was no denying that Lauren had matured from a girl to a woman since he had seen her last. It showed in the way her blouse hugged her body and skirt clung to her legs. Her eyes also held a wisdom that had been absent before, and she applied her makeup in a more subtle, mature way. Even her hair had looked good, a white blonde instead of the dishwasher hue from high school. He didn't appreciate the way she could still make him go weak in the knees with only a glance. If last night was any indication, Lauren still clung to a lot of baggage, and Tanner had moved on. Maybe it was time to ask Sean and Natalie how to sign up for one of those toujours cruises. A light tap sounded on the front door. Knock, knock. Tanner straightened, swiping a hand across his sweaty brow. Cassidy stood in the doorway in ratty jeans and a paint-splattered tee, her braid hanging over one shoulder. Tanner folded his arms and tried not to glare. She shouldn't have coerced him into further contact with Lauren. He didn't need his little sister to help him with past relationship drama, and he really didn't need to spend more time with his ex. You're here early. Tanner grabbed his water bottle from where he had balanced it on a stack of boxes. It's not even 5 o'clock.
7 months spent running the bakery has made it impossible to sleep in, even on days when it's closed.
Most of the town's businesses would be shut down today so everyone could attend Mrs. Olson's funeral. Tough break, Tanner said gruffly. Cassidy held a hand to her mouth, covering a yawn.
Yeah, well, I figured you'd be up already. Mama and Dad said they'll be by in an hour or two, depending on how cooperative the cows are this morning. What can I help with?
Tanner took a swig of his water, contemplating how upset he was with her. Not angry enough to reject her help. Boxes should be labeled by room, just start bringing them in from the truck. Cassidy nodded, and Tanner followed her back outside. They spent the next 15 minutes working in tense silence, carrying boxes inside while slowly uncovering the bigger pieces of furniture near the back of the truck.
Want to bring in the love seat next?
Cassidy asked, motioning to the brown suede living room set, Tanner's first real adult purchase, right before he started grad school 2 years ago. Tanner eyed his slender sister. Dad should be here soon. Cassidy tossed her braid over one shoulder and placed her hands on her hips.
Don't start with me, Tanner Erickson. I can probably lift more than you. Do you have any idea how much flour and sugar weighs?
I'm guessing not as much as a couch.
Love seat. It's much smaller.
Tanner glanced around the truck, then nodded. They couldn't continue unloading until the furniture was out of the way. Okay, lift with your legs, not your back. Cassidy glared before crouching down on her side of the love seat.
Thanks for the tip, Mom.
They picked up the love seat with a grunt. Tanner began carefully back-stepping out of the truck, keeping an eye on the ramp so he wouldn't step off. Just watching out for my little sister.
Last time I checked, little doesn't translate to incompetent.
Tanner knew Cassidy was right, but some habits were hard to break. He'd always been protective of her growing up, and those feelings had only increased since her ex-fiancé left her at the altar last summer. Tanner had never liked Seth, but it had still been hard to see Cassidy so hurt. They carefully eased the love seat through the front door and set it with a grunt against one wall, exactly where the Reynolds sofa had sat. Tanner could still remember the day Lauren decided to rearrange the room. He must have moved the couch 10 times before she was satisfied with its placement. She rewarded him for his efforts with a few pleasant minutes of kissing before her parents arrived home from a church function. Mrs. Reynolds had enthusiastically praised Lauren's design efforts, declaring the living room was perfect. Lauren's face had glowed with happiness, and Tanner had thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He grabbed for his water bottle and took a long swig. Soon he'd make his own memories here, ones that overshadowed his time spent with Lauren. Cassidy collapsed onto the love seat with a groan and grabbed her own water bottle. Why did you do it, Cass? Tanner asked quietly. She blinked up at him, her blue eyes wide and innocent. But Tanner wasn't fooled.
Do what? Cassidy said.
Tanner raised his eyes to the vaulted ceilings, gleaming with a fresh coat of white paint. You know what I'm talking about. Last night, Lauren. He choked on the word, momentarily dizzy. Cassidy pushed herself to her feet, and they headed back outside. The sun had peeked over the tree line now, bathing the moving truck in a spectacular golden glow. She hopped into the truck, grabbing a box that had been uncovered when they moved the love seat.
What was I supposed to do? Ignore her? She was my friend, too.
So say a polite hello and move on. You didn't have to trick her into being a guest lecturer. Tanner ripped off his glove and ran a hand through his matted hair. Geez, Cass, you know how things ended between us.
Which is exactly why I forced the issue.
Cassidy sighed, resting her box on the arm of the sofa.
You need closure if you're ever going to move on.
Last night hadn't felt like closure. It had felt like ripping bandages off wounds that were still as raw as the day Lauren created them. He'd thought they had healed, but he'd been wrong. The chirp of birds filled Tanner's ears with a dull buzz, and he shook his head, trying to clear it. I don't know why I flipped out at her last night. Maybe because I was caught off guard. She was the last person I expected to see at the viewing. But really, Cass, I'm over her. Cassidy snorted and leaned back against the sofa, arms folded. The heat inside the moving truck was becoming oppressive, the aluminum walls acting like a microwave.
If you were over her, you wouldn't have gotten so upset last night, Cassidy said. You haven't had a single stable relationship since she left. That says something.
Not true. Tanner grabbed the box from the sofa's arm and jumped out of the truck. Denise and I dated for 6 months. Cassidy grabbed another box and followed him.
6 months in which you never even let us meet her.
Tanner glanced at his box, saw bedroom written in his block letters on the top, and headed down the hallway to the master suite. It was the only room in the house not reeking with memories of Lauren. It's a long drive from Texas. Cassidy plopped her box on the floor next to his.
Okay, so what about Kara? You broke up with her because she liked roller coasters.
No breakup is that black and white. But Kara had been a bit of an adrenaline junkie, and it had reminded him a lot of Lauren.
You're not okay, Tanner.
Cassidy placed a soft hand on his arm.
Nothing you can say can convince me you've moved on. You need closure.
Tanner adjusted his glasses, not liking the direction this conversation had taken. This is about you interfering in my love life, not why I broke up with my past girlfriends.
So you admit that Lauren is part of your love life?
Tanner sighed, silently praying for patience. I never said otherwise. Yes, we dated for 3 years, but that was a long time ago. I really have moved on, and I'm sure Lauren has too. Forcing us to spend time together in a classroom filled with students won't accomplish anything. He wondered if what he said was true. For all he knew, Lauren had a serious boyfriend. Bile rose in his throat at the thought of another man's arms around her waist, some stranger's lips pressed against hers. Stop it, he commanded himself.
She wanted to talk to you last night, Cassidy said, and you kept brushing her off. Pretty rudely, I might add.
Well, there is no arguing with that.
It's not like I expect you to get back together, Cassidy continued, but I do think you two have unresolved issues. None of us like watching you struggle, Tanner.
What, you talked to Mom and Dad and Sean about this? Cassidy lifted a shoulder in a shrug.
We were all a little concerned that buying this house would bring up old issues for you, and now with Lauren back...
That was the last time he confided in Sean about anything, the dirty traitor. Tanner rubbed a hand over his jaw. I know that first year was hard, but I'm fine now. Really.
You didn't seem fine last night.
I was caught off guard. Cassidy shook her head.
Nope, not buying it. You're never going to be happy until you sift the flour.
Tanner threw up his hands, stomping out of the bedroom. He knew Cassidy would follow him. This conversation was far from over. I can't sit back while she teaches my class and act like nothing has happened, Tanner said. They passed by the bedroom that had been Lauren's. A picture burst into his mind of her lying on her stomach, feet crossed and a textbook open in front of her.
I don't expect you to, and I'm guessing neither does she.
Cassidy placed a gentle hand on his arm, making his steps slow.
I think she wants to talk about it just as much as you do.
I don't want to talk about it, Tanner ground out. Nothing she said could erase the misery of the last 4 years.
That doesn't matter much at this point. You need to talk to her whether it sounds fun or not.
The questions pounded against his brain, begging for release. What happened? Why did you leave? Why wasn't I enough? Muggy air washed over him as they stepped aside, and he took a deep, calming breath. When she mentioned storms, all the bad memories rushed back. How am I supposed to sit through an entire hour of her stories? Cassidy's gray eyes brimmed with sympathy.
Tanner, you have to know that Lauren wasn't herself when she left. She was only 18 years old and going through a lot. Who's to say you would have handled things any better if the situations were reversed?
I wouldn't have left, Tanner said stubbornly.
Maybe not, but just because Lauren did doesn't make her a bad person.
Tanner paused, the words cascading over him. He knew Lauren was a good person. Even in his darkest moments, he had never doubted that.
And don't forget that I know what it feels like to be betrayed by someone you love, Cassidy said. And I know you can't move on and be happy until you resolve this in some way. Lauren is finally back, and she seems ready to talk. I would have killed for a conversation like that even a few months ago.
Cassidy's voice caught, and Tanner instantly felt heavy with shame. He was acting like he was the only one who had been jilted, but Cassidy had been through even more than he had.
When Seth left me at the altar, when I lost the baby later that night, I thought my life was over.
Cassidy's voice was rough with emotion.
I let myself become so bitter and angry that I almost didn't allow Jace into my heart. I don't even want to think about where I'd be if it weren't for him.
Hey. Tanner pulled his sister in for a side hug and mussed her hair. Cassidy slugged him in the stomach and jerked away, laughing. I know you've been through some hard times too, but I'm over it. She snorted.
Yeah, bitter, angry Tanner just screamed over it last night.
Tanner rubbed the back of his neck, looking away. He'd taught Lauren how to drive a stick shift on this driveway. Well, this whole thing was sort of sprung on me.
You know that denial is one of the stages of grief, right?
Tanner rolled his eyes. You act like I've been curled up in the fetal position for the last few years. She raised an eyebrow.
You kind of were for a while. But if you allowed Lauren the chance to explain, maybe even to apologize, you could both air out your dirty laundry and put it behind you for good.
Tanner didn't know if the kind of closure Cassidy talked about was even possible. He'd resigned himself to a future without Lauren, but not a single day had passed without the ghost of her memory. I don't know, Cass.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe you aren't the only one suffering? That maybe Lauren needs to talk to you even if you don't want to talk to her?
The words were like a punch in the gut. Air whooshed out of Tanner, and he stared at Cassidy.
Let Lauren come teach your class.
Cassidy leaned against the tailgate and folded her arms, the words a command.
It will give you some common ground to start a conversation, and it's an easy and non-threatening way to open the lines of communication. Besides, I'll bet she really does have some amazing stories that your students would love to hear.
Stories that would, no doubt, make Tanner's blood boil. He sighed, adjusting his glasses. As much as Lauren had hurt him, he'd never been able to deny her requests. Did she really need closure, even if he didn't? She was the one who left, he reminded himself, not me. But Lauren was tenacious. If he didn't let her come teach, she'd just find another way to make him talk, if that's what she wanted. Okay, Tanner said finally. What was he doing? Give me Lauren's information and I'll send her a text. I'm assuming you have her number?"
Cassidy grinned and whipped out her phone. "Yes, you won't regret this."
"Just give me the number."
Cassidy rattled it off, and Tanner typed into his phone. He hovered over the save button, remembering a time when his call log and texts had been filled with Lauren. "Are you okay?" Cassidy asked.
Tanner blinked quickly, shoving his phone in his pocket. "I'm fine. Is that Dad's car pulling up the drive?"
Cassidy leaned forward, then nodded. "It's them. Good. I really didn't want to help you drag in the sofa."
Tanner laughed, nudging Cassidy with his shoulder. "Wuss, I knew that love seat was too heavy for you." They managed to unpack the truck by the 8 a.m. deadline, then shower in time for Mrs. Olson's funeral service. Tanner tried to focus on the pastor's words of comfort, but he kept searching the congregation for Lauren. He didn't know if he hoped she was there or not. Whatever he wanted, she apparently hadn't made the trek from Tulsa for the funeral. At least he didn't see her. He traced the ridge of his phone through his pants pocket, knowing he should text Lauren. She could come teach his class, then he'd tell her that he had moved on and didn't think they should see each other again. It was too hard. After the service, his family headed back to Tanner's new place and spent the rest of the day helping him unpack. By the time they left for the day, it was nearly 9 o'clock at night. Tanner took his second shower, then laid down on his bed with an appreciative groan. He pulled out his phone, staring at the screen. Why had she chosen now, of all times, to come back? Surely she had had job offers in other states, but she'd picked Oklahoma. No, not just Oklahoma, Tulsa, a city within easy driving distance. He typed out a text. "Fine, come teach my class." No, that was too rude. He quickly erased the text and punched out another one. "Do you really not mind coming to talk to my class?" Too needy. He erased that one too. She could come or not come. It made no difference to him. "I've got some time to fill in my class schedule if you really don't mind presenting." There, the perfect balance of I don't care and polite. He pushed send. Her response was almost immediate. Had she been waiting for his text or already on her phone? "I'd love to talk to them," Lauren said. Tanner took a deep breath. He couldn't very well back out now. "How about a week from Wednesday at 2 o'clock?" "I can do that." 11 days. That wasn't much time to mentally prepare himself for another meeting. Tanner looked around his bedroom. Empty boxes were piled along one wall, and he had already piled his nightstand with books he wanted to read. What would Lauren say if he told her that he was living in her old house? Tanner's hands shook as he texted her back. "It's room 109 at the Sunset Plains campus." He stared at the phone, holding his breath as he waited for her next text. In the early days of their relationship, when she had flirted with him in class but he had lacked confidence, he'd spent hours glued to his phone, overanalyzing their texts and anxiously waiting for the next one to arrive. "Anything particular you want me to talk about?" Lauren asked. Yeah, maybe she could explain to the class why she had broken up with him to flit across the country chasing tornadoes. He'd love to hear her answer. "Whatever you think will interest them is fine. The classroom is set up for audio-visual." Tanner stared at his phone, but a response didn't come. He sighed, flinging his cell onto the bed and grabbing a book from his nightstand. She was probably busy. He shouldn't read too much into her response times. His phone buzzed. Tanner dropped the book and grabbed for his phone, staring at her text. "I'll be there. Maybe after class is over, we can talk." Chapter 5. Lauren pulled up to the cemetery, the crunch of gravel beneath tires floating through her open car window. The humid air hadn't managed to calm her down as she drove, instead covering her in a thin sheen of sticky perspiration. Her foot shook as she slammed on the brake harder than she'd intended to. She grunted as the seatbelt locked in place and the car jerked to a stop. With a trembling hand, she shifted the gear into park. The parking lot was empty, not that she was surprised. Late mornings on weekdays probably weren't high traffic times for the small cemetery. Mature oak trees shaded the green grass that flowed like a river between the headstones. Stone benches rested beneath the full branches of trees. Lauren squeezed her eyes shut, but it didn't stop tears from leaking out the corners. It had been more than 4 years since the funeral, yet she could still see their caskets lying side by side, flowers draped over the closed lids. She'd planned on attending Mrs. Olson's funeral, but after her encounter with Tanner, she'd felt drained. The thought of facing him at the church was too much. So when Tulsa 1 predicted a storm, Lauren had instead called up Shannon, and they had gone out to grab some footage. No funnel clouds had formed, but the lightning show had been impressive. Lauren gripped the steering wheel and forced herself to take slow, deep breaths. A bird chirped from one of the trees, and a few moments later another bird answered. She hadn't been to a cemetery, any cemetery, since her parents' funeral. But today she had woken up feeling strong and decided to make this detour before teaching Tanner's class. What a horrible idea. "I can do this," she told herself. "Don't think about where you're sitting. Just focus on getting out of the car." It took her 3 tries to pull her key out of the ignition. She grabbed a blanket and walked across the parking lot on shaking legs, the loose gravel shifting under her feet with each step. Her vision blurred and she reached blindly for the fence surrounding the cemetery. Her hand brushed against smooth metal and she held on for dear life. All she could see was the green tent covering the open graves. Mourners gathered closely around her in their muted black suits and dark-colored dresses. Tanner's arm rested heavy around her shoulders. She had buried her face in her own cold hands, refusing to accept his small gesture of comfort. The pastor's eyes glistened with tears as he patted her arm and repeated for the millionth time how sorry he was for her loss. Mrs. Olson had sung Amazing Grace a second time at Lauren's request, this time without the accompaniment of the piano and violin. Her cheeks had shone with tears, but her voice had been strong and steady. Lauren clutched at the railing and crouched next to the fence, letting her head rest against one of the bars. She squeezed her eyes shut tightly and buried her face in the folded blanket she clutched to her painfully tight chest. Too soon, her mind screamed. Why on earth had she thought visiting the cemetery was a good idea? But if she wasn't ready now, she never would be. "Breathe," she commanded. She placed a hand on her chest, focusing on the slow exhalations of air. Tanner had encouraged her to return to the cemetery a few days after the funeral, had insisted it would be harder the longer she waited, but she hadn't wanted to listen. Lauren took a shuddering breath, then forced herself to stand. She blinked quickly, clearing the tears from her eyes. Though she had only been here the one time, the location of her parents' graves was burned into her mind. She straightened her spine and headed across the grass with careful steps. A headstone rose in the distance like a silent beacon. She knew it had to be theirs, even though she had never seen it. Tanner had made the final selection when Lauren broke down and refused. An oak tree watched over the spot, which sat on a small hill that Lauren recognized. She quickened her pace, suddenly eager to see it. This section of the cemetery was sparsely populated, and only a few markers, all flush with the grass, were near her parents. Lauren dropped the blanket and sank to her knees, not caring that the grass still held a hint of morning dew. The headstone was rounded on top, the name Reynolds etched in capital letters with her parents' names and dates below it. Tanner had chosen well. A black and white wedding picture hung in the center of the stone near the top and a cross below it. She would have selected the exact same design herself if she had been in any frame of mind to choose. He'd tried so hard to help her, but she hadn't known how to let him. Lauren placed a palm over each of her parents' names, splaying her fingers wide as tears poured down her face. "I'm sorry," she choked out. She hoped they were listening to the apology she should have made years ago.
I really messed up. I couldn't handle it after you were gone, so I ran away from Sunset Plains."
The breeze danced through her hair in response. Lauren closed her eyes and imagined it was her mother's long, soothing fingers.
"I didn't keep in contact with anyone," Lauren continued. "I just kept chasing tornadoes, hoping it would help me feel closer to you two. Sometimes it does, but I miss home."
She leaned her head against the cool granite, letting the tears flow. Sunset Plains wasn't all she missed. Despite everything that had passed between them, she still longed for Tanner. Seeing him again had reminded her just how much. When the tears had slowed, Lauren spread out the blanket and laid down on the grass in front of the tombstone. Her hands had left faint prints on the glossy granite, and somehow that made her feel closer to her parents than she had in a long time. She'd always thought being so near their earthly remains would shatter her. The pain was definitely present, but something else wove its way into her heart. Peace. She stayed for over an hour, listening to the birds chirp and enjoying the warm sun on her skin. Overhead, the clouds thickened and turned gray. Lauren inhaled deeply, loving the hint of rain that carried on the air. A storm was coming. She could feel it in the way the breeze turned from gentle to persistent, see it in the billowing cumulonimbus clouds moving steadily closer. It felt like a sign from her parents that everything would be okay. For the first time since leaving, Lauren willingly allowed the memories to overtake her. If she hadn't been so attached to Tanner, she would have been in the car with her parents when they'd wrecked. They'd asked her to come with them on a Sunday drive, but she wanted to hang out at Tanner's house instead. Sometimes she wondered if she could have saved her parents if she had been with them. They knew nothing about meteorology, but Lauren had been studying storms since she could read. She might have recognized the danger signs they hadn't. The breeze whipped against her cheek, a soothing reminder that she couldn't change the past. Maybe she wouldn't have saved them. Maybe she would have just died too. As she lay in the cemetery, nothing miraculous happened. No sudden epiphanies or messages from the grave. But as the storm drew closer, she felt the cracks in her heart finally begin to heal. She hadn't realized that the cemetery could help her feel close to her parents in a way no tornado ever had. Lauren's phone buzzed in her pocket, signaling it was time to go. She kissed her fingers, then lightly touched each of her parents' names before rising. "I'll visit again soon," she whispered. Hopefully next time it would hurt a little less. In the car, Lauren threw the blanket in the back seat. Her hair was mussed from lying on the ground and her makeup streaked from crying, but Lauren had planned for that. She grabbed the small makeup bag off the passenger seat, leaving the brush for now, and used the sun visor mirror to make herself look presentable. She'd see Tanner again in just a few minutes. Her stomach trembled with nerves like an undertow dragging her to the ocean floor. She wasn't worried about the presentation. 4 years spent working on a communications degree had cured her of stage fright. But how would Tanner act today? His texts had seemed more like his old self. Honestly, she had been shocked to hear from him at all. He'd seemed so angry at the viewing. She really hoped he'd listen to her today. Asking her to teach his class had to be a good sign. She glanced over at the small cooler on the passenger side floor. Hopefully presenting him with his favorite mint brownies would make him more willing to let her apologize. She wasn't leaving until she said her piece. Lauren pulled into the half-empty parking lot and looked up at the sleek 2-story building. The modern design had caused quite a stir when the campus opened the year Lauren turned 12. The old-timers had complained about commercialism ruining the town, but for the most part, everyone had been thrilled with the new addition. Classes were primarily offered through satellite feeds from the main campus in Norman, and you could earn an entire associate's degree without ever leaving Sunset Plains. Tanner had done just that because he hadn't wanted to go to Texas A&M without her. And then she'd repaid that sacrifice by disappearing from his life. Lauren fumbled for her cell phone, the familiar nausea of regret threatening to choke her. the screen illuminated, showing that she was 20 minutes early. She leaned her head against the headrest with a sigh. No self-respecting student would show up 20 minutes early to class, which meant that right now Tanner was either teaching something else or alone in his classroom. It might be the perfect opportunity to talk to him, since he couldn't very well make her leave when she was supposed to teach. But did she want to risk that kind of awkwardness right before her lecture? Lauren chewed on her lip and ran clammy palms across her skirt. Tanner probably taught another class before this one. She should wait in her car for 10 minutes, then head inside. The glass front doors of the building stood firmly closed, no one walking in or out. What if the projector didn't work, or there were connectivity issues with her laptop? Her presentation would be a total bust without the videos and photos, and she really wanted to wow Tanner and his class, prove that she wasn't wasting her time chasing storms. Lauren opened the cooler and carefully withdrew the disposable pan of brownies. Then she took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. That settled it then. She'd head inside and face the music, but maybe not directly until after the presentation was over. The building was eerily quiet. Lauren held the brownies in one hand and her laptop bag firmly in place with the other so that it wouldn't slap loudly against her side. Her wedge sandals made more than enough noise on their own. Each step echoed loudly against the thick laminate flooring, despite her efforts to minimize the sound. A few classes were in session, but most of the rooms were dark and empty. She wasn't surprised. Night classes had always been the most popular at the campus, since most of the students were older and held full-time jobs. Lauren peered at the room numbers until she came to room 109. She paused, her hand tightening on the brownie pan as nerves filled her stomach. The door was partially open and light spilled into the hallway, suggesting that someone was inside. Lauren held her breath, listening, but all was silent inside the classroom. Either Tanner was in there alone or the room was empty. What had made him text her? His fury had been evident in the hard line of his jaw and abrupt departure from the viewing. But then he had contacted her, which meant he had asked Cassidy for her new number. A jolt of shock had raced through Lauren when his name appeared on her screen. So many times she had been tempted to dial that number, but always talked herself out of it before hitting call. Lauren took a deep breath and smoothed down her blouse. Her stomach trembled with fear and anticipation. No more running. At least, not today. She took a deep breath and walked into the room. Chapter 6. The classroom looked like one of dozens that Lauren had sat in over the years. Desks pointed toward an empty whiteboard with a pull-down screen mounted above it. The walls were bare, lacking any personality, no doubt due to the handful of teachers who probably shared the room each semester. Tanner sat at one of the students' desks near the front of the room, typing away on a laptop. He looked adorable in a button-up shirt and tie, glasses slightly askew on his nose. Lauren's heart stuttered as she remembered all the study sessions they had held together. They'd always had the best of intentions, but usually ended up spending more time kissing than comparing notes. Somehow they'd both still maintained their spots on the honor roll. He glanced up, his expression unreadable, and closed the lid on his computer. At least his eyes didn't seethe with hatred. Lauren would take what she could get. "Hey," he said, rising. Over the past few years, he had grown another inch or two, and his body had filled out. While he was still slender, his shoulders and chest were broader, his waist more defined. Lauren bit her lip, remembering long summer afternoons spent flirting at the public pool. She had a feeling he looked very different in a swimsuit these days, and not in a bad way. "You're early." Lauren blinked, her cheeks heating. Had he noticed her staring? She lifted her laptop bag. "Yeah, sorry. I wanted to make sure the tech didn't turn on me." Tanner nodded and held out a hand. She leaned toward him, ready to fall into his arms. It had been so long since anyone had held her. She could almost feel his soft hair gliding through her fingers and the stubble of his beard against her cheek. She'd thought picking up where they had left off was impossible, but maybe... "If you hand me your laptop, I'll hook it up to the projector for you," Tanner said. Of course he was talking about her laptop. Lauren fumbled with her bag, letting her hair hide her flaming face. She was losing her ever-loving mind. Today wasn't about reconnecting. That was impossible. It was about apologizing. "That would be great. Thanks." She set the brownies on the desk, then withdrew her computer and handed it over. Tanner set it on the lecturer's podium at the front of the room and opened the lid, then plugged in the cords. The projector light flipped on overhead and the screen turned blue for a moment before Lauren's desktop appeared. "There you go," Tanner said. His eyes were transfixed to the image. It was a rare picture of herself that someone on the crew had snapped while they were chasing storms last summer. Her hair whipped around her face and dark thunderclouds billowed in the sky. Lauren still held a microphone in one hand, broadcasting live for a local station. "Is that a recent picture?" Tanner folded his arms. She couldn't tell if the gesture was defensive or casual. "I thought you said you report on human interest stories." Lauren cleared her throat, fighting the urge to slam her laptop lid closed so he couldn't stare at the picture. "I do. That was taken last summer in Kansas. I spent it storm chasing with a crew and sometimes we'd broadcast to local stations." "So that's where you've been. Kansas." His tone was flat with no inflection, but she knew him well enough to guess his mind was whirring. Lauren clicked open the presentation on her laptop, not meeting his eyes. "Seattle mostly, but I spent summers all over Tornado Alley, wherever the best storms were." He grunted, then ran a hand through his hair. Lauren couldn't get a read on him. He didn't seem accusatory like before, but he didn't exactly seem warm and friendly either. "So I guess you graduated from the University of Washington." Lauren reluctantly met his eyes, and what she saw there made her heart twist. Pain. "They have one of the top meteorology programs in the country," she said softly. "I never officially declined my acceptance there. It seemed like a good choice." Tanner grunted again. "You really did want to go somewhere far away." Lauren's fingers curled against the podium and she bit her lip. "Yeah." The silence stretched between them, painfully loud. Lauren grabbed for the brownies and held them out toward him. He took the pan cautiously, staring down at the aluminum lid. "What's this?" "Mint brownies." She clasped her hands together, blood pulsing through her ears. He lifted a corner of the lid and sniffed. "You remembered." Lauren stepped toward him. "You will not try to touch him," she commanded herself. "No reaching for his hands, no hoping for a hug, nothing." "Of course I did. I remember everything about you, Tanner. About us." He dropped the brownies onto the desk as though he'd been burned. She took a deep breath, her hands trembling where she held them tightly together. "Tanner, I'm so sorry for leaving the way I did. I know words are hollow, but they're all I've got." His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. When he spoke, his words were strangled. "Why did you do it?" She reached for him, then quickly drew back, clutching her hands to her chest. "It was just something I needed to do. I had to get out of there, Tanner. That town was killing me inside." "Why didn't you tell me?" His voice cracked on the last word. "You never even gave us a chance to say goodbye." She'd wrestled with the idea of leaving for 3 days, but ironically, it had been his gift of the hair clip that prodded her to pack her bags and start driving. The weight of his love had settled around her until she couldn't think, couldn't breathe. She'd needed freedom, space, time to think and grieve without someone telling her she was doing it wrong, and she'd known she wouldn't get that with Tanner. "I knew that you'd convince me to stay." Lauren closed her eyes, remembering the long hour of indecision she had spent outside Tanner's mailbox, the letter clutched in her hands. She had parked her car down the road so no one would hear her coming and walked with only the moon as her guide to his house. Love had battled with fury as she replayed the last 3 weeks in her mind. Tanner took a step toward her, his toes nearly touching hers. Even in wedge sandals, he towered nearly a full head above her. "What did Seattle have to offer you that I didn't?" Tanner whispered. His warm breath cascaded over her until she was dizzy. If she pulled his head down just a few inches, their lips would meet. Tanner's warm hazel eyes searched hers. "Lauren," he prodded. She took a step back, creating needed space between them. "It was never about you, Tanner. I was dealing with things in the only way I knew how." "And mint brownies are supposed to make everything better?" "No, but it's a start." He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes pained behind the lens of his glasses. "I tried so hard to be there for you. I did my best to be supportive and bent over backward to make things easier on you." The old defensiveness rose up in Lauren. She folded her arms, reminding herself that she had expected this kind of reception. "We were both young. I didn't know how to deal with all my emotions, and I felt like you were pushing me to deal with them your way." "I didn't want to push you to do anything." There was a definite edge to his voice now. "Geez, Lauren. Did you really not know? I was so in love with you I couldn't see straight. If you'd asked me for the moon, I would have figured out a way to steal it for you. I would have done anything to help you. Anything." Lauren wiped underneath her eyes with shaking hands. "Yes, anything except listen to me. I told you I couldn't go to Texas. I talked till I was blue in the face about how much I needed to get away. If you'd entertained any of my suggestions, I wouldn't have left without you." "We decided it wasn't a good time for you to make rash decisions." "No, you decided that. I never had a say in the matter." Lauren took a slow breath, forcing herself to calm down. His eyes were bright, hands on his hips and jaw clenched. She ran a hand through her hair, lowering her voice. She had come here to apologize, not to yell. "I was scared and uncertain and feeling trapped. Everywhere I turned, there were memories that made me want to curl up and die. I tried talking to you, but you wouldn't listen. Leaving felt like my only choice." "I seriously can't believe we're still arguing about this. Why did you come back, Lar? I was doing just fine without you, but now—" He swore, rubbing a hand over his jaw. "I came back to set things right. Do you have any idea how long I've wanted to come home? But knowing how much I had hurt you always stopped me." "So this is all my fault?" "No!" She shook her head, frustrated. I'm so sorry for hurting you, Tanner. You have no idea how sorry. If I could go back in time and handle things differently, I would." He was across the room in an instant, his warm body inches from her. She could feel the heat radiating between them, the chemistry zinging through the air. His hand hovered over her shoulder, then dropped to his side. "Would you have stayed?" She wanted to say yes, but she had never been able to lie to him. Slowly, she lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "I honestly don't know." He stepped away and nodded. "Thank you for coming here. I know it can't have been easy." The formality of his words scared her more than his fury had. "I'm sorry for never really listening to you. I didn't realize things were so serious until you left." "Can we just—" Lauren lifted her shoulders in a shrug. "Start over?" He cleared his throat, not meeting her eyes. "I'm not sure that's such a good idea." 2 giggling girls burst into the classroom, interrupting their conversation. "You are so bad," the redhead said in a bubbly voice. "You didn't really say that to him." The brunette tossed her hair over one shoulder, and they sank into a pair of desks near the front. "I totally did. He can't expect me to stay home on a Friday night hoping he'll call." Tanner stepped away from Lauren and pushed his glasses up to the bridge of his nose. "I'll let you finish setting up." "Tanner." His eyes flicked to the 2 girls, immersed in their own little world. "Not now." Lauren slowly nodded. Tanner walked over to the students, who gave him flirtatious smiles. Jealousy flared, but Lauren quickly tamped it back. The female population on campus must be overjoyed to have such a young, attractive professor join the staff, but Tanner would never behave inappropriately toward a student, no matter how much the women flirted. He kept a row of desks between him and the girls as he asked them how classes were going. More students began to filter into the room. Lauren ducked down, pretending to fidget with a laptop. She'd apologized, just like she had promised herself she would. So had he. But a wall of unspoken emotions hung between them. He'd hinted they could continue talking after class. "Courage, don't fail me now," she silently told herself. She had a feeling that she was going to need it. Chapter 7. She was a natural teacher. Lauren gestured toward the projection screen pulled over the whiteboard, her face bright and eyes sparkling as she spoke about her experiences chasing storms. Tanner leaned forward, resting his arms on the desk. He'd chosen an empty seat at the back of the classroom so he could observe without interfering. Not a single student had a cell phone out, trying to text or scroll through social media on the sly. Lauren always had possessed a magnetic presence that drew people to her. It was part of what made her so great on camera. She looked good, more than good. Her filmy blouse shimmered each time she moved. A flowing skirt swished around her legs, and the wedge sandals catapulted him back to warm summer nights spent lying in the back of his truck and planning their futures together. He couldn't believe she had baked him mint chocolate brownies. They had been making those together the first time he kissed her. Lauren had invited him over to study for a big test in Mrs. Olson's class. After an hour of answering practice questions, she had said they needed a break. Cassidy had told her how much he loved mint chocolate brownies, so she'd suggested they bake a batch. The kitchen had been older then, with dark cabinets, white appliances, and chipped formica counters. Nothing like his kitchen looked now. But Tanner hadn't cared about the decor. His heart had hammered so loudly he was certain she could hear it. Lauren was clearly comfortable in a kitchen, and she'd directed him to measure and pour ingredients as she did the same. Each flirtatious smile had made his knees tremble. At some point, she had smeared a dollop of the batter on the tip of his nose. Tanner had chased her around the kitchen while she laughed, trying to wrestle the spatula from her hands. Then somehow her arms were around his neck as she stared up at him with those piercing sapphire eyes. She had licked her lips and whispered, "Well?" It had taken all of his courage to lower his head and press a soft kiss to her warm mouth. But he had known Lauren was more than worth the risk. They'd been inseparable from that day on. Tanner glanced at the backpack at his feet where he had carefully placed the small pan when Lauren wasn't looking. It would be totally inappropriate to pull out a brownie and eat it with his bare hands in the middle of class, but man, he really wanted to. It wasn't just the brownies that had his mouth watering. It was that she had made them specifically for him. He hadn't expected to have such strong feelings for Lauren after so long spent apart. She clicked to the next slide, and the entire classroom gasped. Tanner gripped the edge of his desk, his heart beating double time as he stared at the photo. Lauren was ducked down, her eyes wide and finger-pointing as a section of fence flew mere feet above her head. "Pretty cool, right?" Lauren said, grinning. "This was about a year ago in southern Nebraska." Pretty cool? Tanner couldn't stop staring at that fence. She'd lost her mind. She could have died right then and there, but now she stood in front of the classroom with a grin like it had been the best experience of her life. She'd always had a bad habit of ignoring tornado sirens in favor of standing outside to watch the storm roll in. Every time she'd run for the front porch instead of the cellar, Tanner's stomach had clenched with fear. But after her parents' death, she had taken her obsession to a whole new level, an obsession he had thought would be long gone by now. Lauren grinned at the class. Students turned to each other, whispering as they pointed at the picture. "I've got video," Lauren said. Tanner didn't want to see this. His knuckles turned white from forcefully clenching the desk, but the class quieted almost instantly and Lauren clicked play. His eyes were glued to the screen. The video was surprisingly clear and steady. Lauren appeared on the edge of the screen, a microphone in her hand. They must be broadcasting to a local station, which explained the picture quality.
"You can just make out the funnel cloud in the distance."
Video Lauren clearly knew what she was doing. Her body was angled as she pointed, but still facing the camera like a good news reporter. Her gorgeous blonde hair whipped about her face as she leaned into the wind.
"We've received confirmation that it's a Category F3 tornado. Oh gosh, it's touched down and it's ripping apart that barn."
Lauren whipped back to the camera.
"Did you get that?"
The fence appeared from out of nowhere. Someone off camera shouted a warning and Lauren ducked. Tanner didn't know how she even had time. A warning froze in his throat as the fence sailed over her head, then crashed to the ground a few feet behind her before being picked up by the wind once more. The screen cut to black and the class started clapping. Tanner loosened his grip on the desk, for the first time registering the pain in his fingers. Lauren leaned against the podium, her hip cocked and a satisfied grin on her full lips. She was right here, safe and sound. But the fear still clawed at Tanner's throat. What if her reflexes had been even a few seconds slower? He closed his eyes, nausea washing over him. 4 years might have passed, but nothing had changed. Lauren was still determined to race toward total destruction, and Tanner refused to stand by and watch. "That was seriously hardcore," a guy with tattoo sleeves and a shaved head said. He was one of the older students, probably somewhere in his late 20s, a very nice bartender working toward his business degree. Tanner didn't like the admiring look he gave Lauren or her answering blush. She brushed her hair behind one ear, and Tanner caught a glimpse of that lightning bolt clip again, the one he'd given her. Did she wear it for fashion purposes, or did it mean something to her?
"As storm chasers, we're vigilant about safety," Lauren said.
"Yeah, but that didn't stop a fence from nearly smashing into your skull," the guy replied. Tanner winced at the words. The guy was right, of course, and Lauren acted like it was the most normal thing in the world. She lifted a shoulder in a shrug.
"There's always a risk when you're that close to a storm. Weather is unpredictable and you can't plan for everything." "So why do you do it?" a woman asked.
A very good question indeed. Lauren's eyes got a faraway look in them, and she ran a thumb over the top of the clicker she clutched in one hand. Tanner leaned forward, holding his breath. Storm chasing had been the wedge in what he'd always considered a very happy relationship. He'd always believed that if they could have just maintained a semblance of normalcy over the summer and stuck with their college plans, everything would have been okay once they got to Texas. His only goal had been to protect Lauren from the hurt and pain as much as possible, but she'd never let him comfort her. Not really. "My parents died in a tornado. Chasing storms helps me feel close to them again." Lauren blinked as though struggling to keep away tears, then clicked to the next slide.
"There are a few different ways to track tornadoes while you're in the middle of a chase."
Tanner ran a hand through his hair, frustration pulsing through him. When she told him about that 4 years ago, he'd suggested buying a bench inscribed with her parents' names for the cemetery. That was the kind of sensible thing someone did to feel close to lost loved ones, not risking life and limb to get a photo of the perfect funnel cloud. He couldn't fall back under her spell. 4 years ago, he had tried to help Lauren process her grief in a healthy way, and all he had gotten for his efforts was a broken heart. The brownies meant nothing. He wouldn't let them. She'd created quite a scandal in Sunset Plains by leaving, and Tanner was forced to endure 3 entire months of the drama before he could leave for Texas. The constant reminders had ripped him apart. She finished the presentation and opened up the last few minutes for class discussion. The students had insightful questions and seemed excited about the material. Good. It shouldn't be too hard to convince them to volunteer at the Weather Center after this. He really didn't want to pull the teacher card and make it a required grade. The room went silent, and Tanner realized that all of his students and Lauren were staring at him. Had she finished talking? He glanced at his watch and realized class would be over in 2 minutes. He cleared his throat and walked to the front of the room, taking his place beside Lauren. Had it really been 7 years since they had first stood together at the front of a classroom, giving an oral report on weather patterns for Mrs. Olson's class? He'd wanted to ask Lauren out so badly, but he had been sure she was way out of his league, even if he was a senior. After the report, Lauren had given him a flirty smile and said, "We definitely need to celebrate getting an A. You can pick me up for dinner at 7. But nothing was the same now. Lauren had changed everything. "Thank you for that great presentation," Tanner said, keeping his voice light. "I don't think I'll have any trouble staffing the weather center now." "I'll volunteer if Lauren promises to show me the ropes," the bartender said. Tanner swallowed hard, Lauren's laugh grating on his nerves like nails on a chalkboard. "I'm sure Mr. Erickson is more than capable of showing everyone around the weather center," Lauren said. A tentative smile graced her lips as she stared into his eyes. "After all, he taught me how to use one in high school." "I'll volunteer," one of the giggly girls from the first of class said. Her friend whispered something, then raised a hand. "I will too, Mr. Erickson." Tanner stifled a groan. The last thing he wanted was immature 18-year-olds trying to flirt with him in the center. But he gave a quick nod. "Thank you. I'll bring a sign-up sheet to our next class and we can discuss it more then. Your homework tonight is to read Chapter 10 in your textbook on tornadoes. On Friday, we'll have a quiz at the beginning of class on the material. Let's give Ms. Reynolds a round of applause." The class clapped enthusiastically, then broke up into individual conversations as students gathered their backpacks and left. Lauren unplugged the cords from her laptop, moving at a snail's pace. She glanced up at him from underneath thick eyelashes, then quickly turned back to the computer. He'd never been able to resist that gaze. Tanner shoved his hands in his pockets, keeping a careful distance from Lauren. "Great job today. The class was really interested in the material." Lauren closed the lid on her laptop and slid it into her bag. "No problem. I love sharing my experiences with others." Obviously not, or she wouldn't have run away. "Well, thanks again. I appreciate you driving down from Tulsa for this." Lauren slung her bag over one shoulder, her piercing blue eyes staring into his soul. She folded her arms, feet planted firmly in place. Tanner glanced around the classroom, but they were once again alone. "Isn't there anything else we have to say to each other?" Lauren asked. "I loved you desperately and completely. Seeing you again is tearing me up inside. I wish things were different." Tanner adjusted his glasses, swallowing back the word vomit. He wouldn't put his heart on the line again. "I wish you all the best." Lauren took a step toward him, her keys twisting around and around in her hands. Tanner swallowed hard, taking a step back. Everything in him screamed to take her into his arms and kiss her senseless. He'd thought he hated Lauren. Now he was worried that his feelings might never have really changed. "I'm so sorry, Tanner," Lauren said, her voice thick with emotion. "I know I keep repeating myself, but I don't know what else to say. You didn't deserve to be treated that way." The tears sparkling in her eyes would be his undoing. Lauren took another step closer. Tanner knew he should move away, put a desk between them as a buffer, but he stayed where he was. "I know you're sorry," Tanner said. Would his hands still fit around her waist like they belonged there? "I am too, but that doesn't change what happened. I can't just forget the last 4 years." "I'm not asking you to." Lauren softly lay her hand on his arm, making the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Her nails were longer now, the tips of them painted white like she regularly got manicures. She had told him once upon a time how important nice-looking hands were when you held a microphone. He wanted to bring her hands to his lips and kiss every finger. "I missed you," she whispered, her breath gliding over him.
You have no idea how much. Not a day has passed without me thinking of you. I must have picked up the phone to call 100 times. His heart was beating fast enough to send him into cardiac arrest. It would be so easy to slide his arms around her waist and pull her closer. He glanced at her lips, noting the faint shimmer of lip gloss there. Did she still taste like coconut?
Then why didn't you?
The light faded from Lauren's eyes, replaced by pain. I guess staying away seemed easier. Easier than being with him. Easier than working through her grief together. Tanner swallowed hard, taking a careful step backward.
Message received.
Wait! Lauren grabbed his hand, her soft skin warm against his. Tanner looked at their hands meaningfully, and she quickly dropped it.
I should get going,
he said, motioning with his head toward the door.
I've got work to do in the weather center. Thanks again for the brownies and for teaching today.
He grabbed his backpack, hefting it onto one shoulder. Maybe he'd eat the entire pan while wallowing in the past. Can I see it? Lauren asked. Tanner paused, one eyebrow raised.
See what?
The weather center. She held onto the laptop bag like it was a lifeline, the pain etched into every line of her face. I'd love to check it out. He'd never been able to tell her no. Not when she begged him to climb the water tower. Not when she asked him to dress in a tutu and carry a glitter wand for a school skit. Not when she begged him to choose her parents' headstone. The pain in her eyes stabbed him right in the chest.
Sure, he said. I can show you around the lab.
Oh boy, he was in big trouble. Chapter 8. Tanner couldn't believe he had let Lauren talk him into showing her the weather center. She was reeling him back in, and that was the last thing he needed. He opened his backpack and fumbled for his keys, anything to avoid looking at her.
They just finished setting the center up last week. My parents came by to see it a few days ago, but I don't think they fully appreciated how great the equipment is.
I'm sure they tried, Lauren said. Her voice was soft, almost a caress, and her hair clip glinted in the light. I promise to be the proper level of impressed. Tanner held open the classroom door and stood aside. Lauren brushed past him, her shoulder just grazing his chest. His mouth went dry at the contact. Stupid. The chatter of students heading to their next class echoed off the high ceilings of the hallway. It felt strange to walk through a school again with Lauren. He was overly aware of her every movement, just as he had been when they had first started dating. She brushed a strand of hair behind one ear, hitched her laptop bag higher on one shoulder, turned her body to squeeze through an opening in the crowd. It would be so easy to put an arm around her shoulders and pull her close. He'd ask her about student council meetings, and she'd ask him how class had been. Except they weren't in high school anymore, and they definitely weren't a couple. So, Lauren ventured. Her voice was tentative and soft, something he definitely wasn't used to hearing from her. How have you been? Tanner glanced at her, raising an eyebrow.
Really?
Her cheeks glowed pink, and she waved a hand back and forth between them. Sorry, I don't know how to do this. Neither did he. Tanner wasn't even sure if he wanted to do this, whatever this was. A burly student barreled past, and Tanner instinctively turned, shielding Lauren from the swing of the man's backpack. It caught Tanner on the shoulder, pushing him a step closer to Lauren. She blinked up at him, then quickly looked away.
Let's not make this into anything more than it is,
Tanner said finally. He held open the stairwell door for her. She stepped inside, and the heavy metal door swung shut behind them, effectively blocking out the sound of students. So you won't answer my question? She pressed. Her small form climbed the steps with him, the laptop bag bouncing against her side with each step. Tanner flexed his hands. It would be so easy to reach for hers, like he had 1,000 times before.
I don't know. Are you going to disconnect your cell phone as soon as you leave today?
Lauren glanced up, her lips pursed together in a frown. Of course not.
Last time there were extenuating circumstances. I thought you knew me better than that. So did I. Was he trying to punish her for leaving? Tanner pushed open the stairwell door, standing aside to let Lauren pass. The hallways were much less crowded up here since the majority of this floor was occupied by offices and labs. He glanced over at Lauren, hating the furrow between her brow. He was being unfair. She was genuinely trying, and he was being cold. I went to Texas and got my bachelor's and then my master's, Tanner said quietly, unlocking the lab door. I know Cassidy already told you that, but school has pretty much been my entire life for the last little while.
And now you're working on your PhD?
Yes. Tanner pushed open the door and walked inside, holding out his arms. This is why I came back to Sunset Plains. Getting the weather center up and running will be part of my coursework. Her eyes roved the room, and then her mouth fell open.
Holy cow!
Tanner took in the room, satisfaction and pride welling in his chest. To most, it would look unimpressive, just 6 computer monitors spaced across 2 long desks and a wall lined with digital displays. But to him, it was a thing of beauty. It felt good to share this with someone who understood how important this was to him. It's pretty cool, right? Tanner said. Lauren lovingly ran a hand over the closest desk. She had done something similar when he had shown her around the high school's much smaller and more dated weather center all those years ago. He had watched her awe that day and thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. He still did. An ache filled his chest at the realization. Cassidy was right. He had never gotten over Lauren. Maybe he never would.
Amazing, Lauren said. How did such a small campus end up with this?
The dean contacted me last year. You remember Wesley Craig? And asked me to help the campus apply for a grant. They were finally awarded it a few months ago, and he called and offered me the job.
Good timing, Lauren murmured.
He scratched the back of his neck, still watching her. Graduation had only been a month away, and Tanner had been trying to figure out his next steps. The pull toward home had grown stronger as the years wore on, and he'd accepted the position after only a brief hesitation. It was kind of perfect, actually. Everything just fell into place.
I know what you mean. The same thing happened when I got the job offer for Tulsa 1.
What are the odds? He muttered. Lauren gestured to one of the computers, her long blonde hair falling over one shoulder.
May I?
Be my guest.
Thanks.
Lauren sat down reverently and inhaled.
I love the smell of a weather center.
Tanner sat down in the chair beside hers and chuckled. I've told you 100 times, that's the electronics.
And I've told you 1,000 times that it smells like happiness. They should bottle it up and sell it as a perfume.
It was so easy to fall back into the playful banter that had come as naturally as breathing between them. He thought again of the brownies. Maybe things weren't as different as he'd assumed. She had gone through an incredibly traumatic experience just before disappearing. The unexpected deaths of both parents at such a young age would mess anyone up for a while. Lauren ran her hand over the keyboard and the monitor sprang to life. Tanner pointed to show her what program to open, but she was a step ahead of him.
The station runs the same system, she explained.
The welcome screen pulled up and she grinned.
Not the latest system, though. Wow, we only get new software every other year.
New information updates from the satellites every 60 seconds, Tanner said, leaning closer to her. His parents had feigned interest in the specs, but he had known he was boring them. Lauren, however, listened eagerly. We can pinpoint temperature and barometric pressure readings to within 1/100th of a decimal point.
Impressive. What's the range?
How had his hand ended up mere centimeters away from Lauren's? He jerked it away, then pretended to adjust his tie. Not far, only 100 miles. I'm sure you have a much bigger range at Tulsa 1.
Yeah, but 100 miles is great for learning purposes.
My thoughts exactly, which is why I went with the latest system, even though it had a smaller range. Updated software seemed more important than reach, and the budget could only stretch so far.
I would have made the same decision, Lauren said, continuing to explore the program. Where's the weather station located?
Tanner leaned back in his chair, falling back into the easy conversation that had always flowed between them. Here, on campus. They installed everything at the back corner of the lot so that students can observe and make adjustments as part of the labs.
This is seriously so cool.
He'd missed her so much. He'd missed this. Lauren brushed her hair over one shoulder, sending a cascade of vanilla scent his way. She zoomed in on a specific area on the screen.
Beautiful weather in all of Tulsa today. I'm kind of surprised. It looked like a storm was brewing when I left this morning.
Was that her apartment? It took a lot of effort not to try to figure out what part of the city she was focused on. Looks like clear skies, Tanner agreed.
I've always found it fascinating how much difference a few miles can make when it comes to the weather. A storm was definitely brewing when I got to the school.
Lauren sent him a quick glance, then focused again on the computer.
So, what is Vanessa up to these days?
Her voice was light and casual, but Tanner wasn't fooled. She and Vanessa had been best friends and practically attached at the hip, at least until they both got boyfriends their sophomore year. Vanessa's story had a much happier ending than his and Lauren's. She'd married her high school sweetheart. You could call her and ask, Tanner said gently. She ignored the suggestion.
I didn't see her at the viewing. Did she move away from Sunset Plains?
Yes, Tanner said quietly. Daniel joined the military. I can't remember which branch. Last I heard, they were stationed somewhere on the East Coast. That was a year or so back, though, so he might have been transferred to another base by now. But Vanessa's parents still live in town, and I'm sure they could put the two of you in contact again. The vulnerability in Lauren's expression tore at Tanner's heart. She ran her thumb along the keyboard's space bar, eyes sad.
I'm not sure she wants to hear from me.
I bet she does, Tanner countered. Vanessa wasn't the type to hold grudges.
You weren't exactly thrilled when I showed up, Lauren shot back. She probably hates me.
Did Lauren think he hated her? Tanner blinked quickly, swallowing back his emotions. Before he could overthink it, he took her hand in his. Lauren inhaled sharply, but her fingers closed around his. Her hand was soft and warm and felt like it belonged in his. Slowly, he ran a thumb along the back of her hand. I don't hate you. I doubt Vanessa does either. He gave her hand another squeeze, then let it go. Lauren quickly ran a finger underneath her eyes.
I hope not, because I've really missed her.
She called me almost daily for a month after you left. I think she was lonely.
So was I.
Lauren focused on the screen, not meeting his eyes. And just like that, their connection was broken. The last few minutes had almost felt like old times. He kept forgetting an ocean of hurt feelings and mistakes still lay between them. Did he even want to try to bridge that gulf? Her eyes scanned the computer screen, chin resting in one hand. She adjusted in her chair, and the diamonds in the clip flashed. A lump formed in his throat as the realization hit him. I think I still love her. And what am I supposed to do with that knowledge? He asked himself. He cleared his throat, searching for another topic of conversation. Is it strange being back in Oklahoma?
A little, Lauren said. I definitely don't miss the Seattle rains. What about you?
Texas isn't that different from here.
No, I guess not.
Lauren bit her lip, not meeting his eyes. So, did you leave anyone behind in Texas? Well, that was direct. Tanner scratched the back of his neck. What would she say about the girlfriends he had dated? No one important.
Good.
She kept nodding, focusing on the computer screen as though the secrets of the universe were written there.
I mean, it probably made coming back easier for you.
Easy wasn't the word he'd used to describe returning to Sunset Plains, but the best things in life rarely were. He ran his damp palms across his jeans. What about you?
Of course not.
Lauren turned in her chair, facing him. She brushed a strand of hair behind one ear.
It's always been you, Tanner. Even when I left, it was always you.
The words sank into his soul, thawing the parts of his heart that had frozen when she left. His hands itched to take her face between them, to show her just how much he'd missed her. Tanner cleared his throat and leaned back in his chair instead. He wasn't ready to jump back into a relationship with Lauren, not yet. There was a lot left to fix before that was even a possibility. "And now that you're back in Oklahoma, what are your plans?" Tanner asked. Lauren rubbed her hand over a spot on the desk, lifting a shoulder in a shrug. "Basically what I told Cassidy. Work hard at Tulsa 1 so I can get the roving reporter spot next year. I can't wait to report on weather from the field. My camera woman is just as eager as I am for the promotion, and we're putting in a lot of extra hours to get on Doyle's good side." Her words were like a bucket of cold water to his face. She couldn't be serious. There weren't usually a lot of bad storms in Sunset Plains, maybe 2 or 3 a year. But the summer her parents died had been particularly rough, providing Lauren with ample opportunities to put her life in jeopardy after the funeral. Every time she chased a storm instead of staying safe with him had felt like a slap in the face. Tanner rubbed his jaw, feeling the muscles there clench. Chasing tornadoes isn't going to bring them back. And just like that, the problems between them were back on center stage. Her eyes flashed dangerously, bringing with them a sense of déjà vu. "I know that." Tanner slammed his hand on the desk. "Then why are you risking your life for a job?" She didn't even flinch. Why wouldn't she look at him? She kept clicking around the program with jerky movements, and he wanted to take the computer monitor and chuck it across the room. It had been this way after her parents' deaths, like talking to a wall. "I enjoy my job," Lauren said. "That's not a crime." No, not a crime, but definitely crazy. If it was just that she loved the adrenaline rushes, he could maybe have let it go. But this was connected to her grief. He knew it as surely as he knew the sky was blue. "Have you done anything in the past 4 years other than chase tornadoes?" Tanner demanded. Another angry click. "That's not fair, and you know it." Tanner struggled to keep his breathing even as heat licked up his neck. His face was probably tomato red. "Chasing storms like this isn't healthy. You still haven't dealt with your parents' deaths." She let out a hollow laugh. "You don't get to do that." "Do what?" "Pretend you know what the last 4 years have been like for me." He rose, placed his hands on his hips. "Of course I don't know, because you left, Lauren. You ran away instead of sticking it out. Things got tough and you bolted." "Lay off, Tanner." Lauren's voice rose with each word, but her attention was determinedly focused on the computer monitor. He adjusted his glasses, shifting from foot to foot. "I'm not doing this again. I won't stand by and watch you self-destruct." Wow. She still wouldn't look at him, all of her attention on the computer program. "I thought you were going to be reasonable, that maybe we could be friends again, but clearly you're only interested in rehashing my past mistakes. I might have run away 4 years ago, but that is not what this is. Chasing tornadoes is my job." "No, reporting is your job." "And I want to report on storms." "Why?" Tanner demanded. He slammed another hand on the desk. "Stop looking at the freaking computer and talk to me." "Fine. You want to talk? I'll talk." Lauren rose, arms folded defensively. "I've spent 4 years working toward this goal, and I'm not about to give it up because my ex-boyfriend can't handle a little risk." He shook his head furiously. "This isn't about your job, it's about your parents. There are other ways to feel close to them." She took a step closer, poking a finger in his chest. "If you mention buying a bench again, I swear I'm going to lose it." "Did you even try to see a therapist in Washington? You know that the pastor suggested—" "I can't have this conversation with you again." Lauren turned toward the computer, grabbing her laptop bag from where it rested on the floor. She froze, staring at the screen. Her entire face changed, the anger draining away as her eyes lit up. Lauren grabbed the mouse and began clicking, her body hunched toward the computer. When she spoke, her voice was tinged with excitement.
Holy cow.
What? Tanner ran a hand through his hair, derailed by the 180 their conversation had just taken.
There's a tornado coming.
He took a step closer, hands suddenly clammy. The heady vanilla scent of her shampoo washed over him, making him momentarily dizzy. Are you serious?
Yes.
She pointed at the monitor with one of her manicured nails.
There's an updraft right here. Without doing the calculations, I'd say the mesocyclone is about 2 miles in diameter right now. See the hook echo?
He did see it. Tanner glanced at Lauren, his veins suddenly filled with ice. Mesocyclones happen all the time. It's probably nothing.
I disagree. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a few more hours.
She looped her laptop bag over one shoulder.
You should alert the fire department and have them sound the tornado siren.
Wait! Tanner grabbed her arm, panic making his body ache with tension. Where are you going? She raised one of her sculpted eyebrows as though the answer should be obvious.
To chase the storm. I keep a camera in my car just in case. If I hurry, I can get photos for the 10 o'clock evening news.
She couldn't be serious. Tanner struggled to control his breathing. Lauren, that's crazy.
I've been doing this for years. I'll be fine.
She shrugged out of his grip, walking toward the door. You're running again, he called at her retreating figure. Her steps faltered.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. He strode across the room, planting himself between her and the doorway.
Tanner, I need to go.
She moved a step around him. He moved as well, blocking her. Don't go. His voice cracked on the last word.
I have to,
she whispered, eyes bright with unshed tears. He took a step closer, lowering his voice even further. Please, Lar. Her breathing hitched. Electricity crackled, strong enough to set off lightning bolts. Lauren closed her eyes and leaned toward him. Slowly, Tanner reached out and brushed a lock of hair behind her ear. It was soft and silky, just like he remembered.
Don't do this to me,
she pleaded. He wanted to pull her into his arms so badly they ached. Do what? He murmured, trailing his fingers down her cheeks.
You know what?
He did know. Tanner swallowed hard, his touch becoming more daring as he slid his hand behind her neck. 4 years, and you still feel it too, don't you? A sigh shuddered from her as he massaged the spot at the base of her neck.
This isn't about us, Tanner. My job—
I didn't hear a phone call, he interrupted. She was going to stay. He could feel it. Things were different now, her grief no longer fresh. No one is asking you to chase that storm, Lauren, but I'm right here, and I'm begging you to stay. Her hand rested softly on his chest, sparking fire with her touch. She blinked up at him, a single tear leaking down her cheek. Tanner caught it on his finger, hope igniting within him. He had gotten through to her. They could finally break through the barriers of 4 years ago and move past them. Maybe, just maybe, they still had a chance. Stay, Tanner whispered, lowering his head toward hers. Lauren jumped away as though she had been burned. They both stood there frozen. She blinked again, pushing more tears down her cheeks.
I can't,
she choked out, and then she rushed out the door. Chapter 9. Lauren gripped the steering wheel, racing toward the outskirts of town. The streets were deserted, probably due to the wailing tornado sirens which were almost drowned out by the torrential rain. Tanner must have alerted the fire department to the impending twister. What had he been thinking, asking her to stay? He had no right to question her career choices. She hadn't told him how to do his job, so why did he get to tell her why she shouldn't do hers? Dark cumulonimbus clouds billowed overhead, blocking out any traces of sun. Lightning flashed against the sky, followed almost immediately by a crack of thunder that vibrated through the car's floorboard. Lauren swallowed back her fear and blinked away the tears clouding her vision. She squinted, struggling to make out the road through the sheets of falling rain. Her wiper blades swished back and forth furiously as they attempted to keep up. 4 years, and you still feel it too, don't you? Tanner's words echoed in her head like the beat of a drum. Of course she still felt it. The pull between them had always been undeniable, like a cyclone sucking them in. But that didn't mean they could just pick back up where they had left off. She had thought things were different this time. They definitely had a moment in the weather center where the conversation had been easy and the chemistry just right. Then he'd asked her about her plans, and it was like she had gone through a time portal. Chasing storms helped her feel close to her parents, yes, but this was so much more than a coping mechanism now. It was a career choice. Her reports helped warn viewers of potential dangers. She found the tornadoes so others could stay away from them. She let out a yelp as her car hydroplaned. Her knuckles turned white as she fought the urge to slam on the brakes. The instructions of her mentors reminded her to stay calm and maintain control. She kept a firm hold of the steering wheel, and soon her tires made contact again with the pavement. She had chased some scary storms before, but never something this strong and this close on her own. Everything in her screamed to turn back, but she forced herself to push on. Doyle would be ecstatic if she got him pictures for tonight's newscast. It would be one step closer to securing the roving reporter position. There. In the distance, winds swirled the clouds together in the beginning stages of a funnel. She had found the mesocyclone. "Come on," she muttered, pressing the gas a bit harder. "Form a tornado." She glanced at the phone in her lap, not bothering to pull to the side of the road. The screen glowed, showing the barometric readings. It was an app for hobbyists, nowhere near as sophisticated as the station's top-of-the-line equipment, but that, combined with a visual of the skies and a desperate need to get away from Tanner, was all she had right now. Memories assaulted her as she sped toward the mesocyclone, accompanied by emotions that made her breathless. After the accident, the police had tracked her down at Tanner's house. They had been kissing on the couch when Cassidy burst into the room, embarrassing them both. But the look of terror in Cassidy's eyes had made Lauren forget all about getting caught making out. "What's wrong?" Lauren demanded. "The police," Cassidy gasped, her skin pale. "They need to talk to you." Lauren had raced to the front room, her socks sliding along the hardwood floors. 2 officers stood on the entry rug just inside the door, their familiar faces grim instead of friendly. "I'm sorry, Lauren," Officer Darling had said. "There's been an accident, and we found your parents in the pass. We need you to come with us to identify the bodies." Her entire life had changed in that moment. She had thought she would die, had wanted to for a moment, and Tanner hadn't listened, hadn't tried to understand her pain. All he had wanted to do was fix it. Another flash of lightning lit the sky, followed immediately by the crack of thunder. In the distance, the funnel cloud grew more distinct. Lauren gripped the steering wheel, struggling to maintain control of the car as the wind buffeted it back and forth on the narrow country road. She was not going to let this storm beat her. Fierce determination to get as close as possible to the vortex welled inside. The car slid along the wet road as Lauren pushed it to go faster, faster, faster. The funnel was barely a mile away, still only half formed. Lauren rolled down her window and leaned out, not caring when her hair instantly became soaked. She needed to feel the storm. Tendrils of hair whipped about her face. She inhaled deeply, loving the smell of rain. In the back of her mind, she heard the experts she had shadowed telling her it was time to pack it up and move further away, that this was too close to be safe. But something inside Lauren refused to turn back. She pulled her head back inside the car, water dripping onto her legs. Tanner had asked her to stay. She had seen the panic in his eyes, but she had left anyway. Again. What was wrong with her? A lump formed in her throat and she fought it back, focusing on the clouds. The experts were too cautious. She had another few minutes before the conditions were overly dangerous. Her body craved the adrenaline only this storm could give her. The funnel couldn't be more than a half-mile away now. Perfect. Lauren stopped in the middle of the road and put the car in park. Her camera lay on the passenger seat, already covered in plastic to protect it from the rain. She unbuckled her seatbelt and grabbed it. Shannon would be green with jealousy when Lauren told her about this, and Doyle would be pink with pleasure. The funnel grew longer as Lauren snapped picture after picture, forming a perfect smokestack. She rested her arms on the edge of the window, trying to hold the camera steady so the images wouldn't turn out blurry. Rain soaked the front of Lauren's shirt and splattered her arms. Each drop felt warm, like a hug from her parents. Spectacular. She adjusted the camera's lens and began clicking once more. No matter how many times she saw a tornado, it never got old. Debris floated around the edges of the vortex as it gathered up grass and small trees. Watching the tornado was like watching a beautifully choreographed dance. This funnel was currently an F2, she'd guess. She lifted her face to the rain, letting it drench her. Were her parents watching her now? The wind howled, the sound shifting to an ear-piercing shriek as the funnel grew longer and longer. The voices of the professional storm chasers echoed in her mind. Time to go! But she couldn't make herself drop the camera and drive away. Had her parents had time to feel this surge of adrenaline? The vortex touched down. In less than a second, the funnel obliterated an entire field. It sucked up a tractor, pulling it into the cloud as crops went flying. A shot of terror pierced through the thrill. Lauren had never been so close to a vortex. "I'm here, Mama and Dad," she thought. "Do you know how much I miss you?" The tornado ripped apart the fence separating two fields in an instant. It yanked the modular home in the middle of the property from its foundation, flipping it end over end. Lauren gasped as she continued to click away on the camera. Had there been people inside the house? She could still make out the faint wail of the tornado sirens and hoped they had made it to shelter in time. The white funnel cloud grew darker and less defined as it tossed what looked like a four-wheeler into the air. Lauren held her breath, praying that no one had been riding it. Had her parents witnessed this sort of destruction before ending up in the middle of it? Her mentor's warnings were but a distant memory as she watched the storm. She'd give almost anything to have the station's portable weather system with her right now. The span of the cell had to be close to a half-mile wide at the top. The Doppler would be lit up like a Christmas tree. The tornado roared across the prairie a safe half-mile away, destroying everything in its path. And then the funnel turned. In less time than it took to blink, the narrow end of the smokestack ripped across the field, heading straight for her. Lauren dropped her camera into the passenger seat and jammed the car into gear, spewing curses. Her mentors had been right, and now she would die because of her stupidity. Her parents would be so pissed when she showed up in heaven about 60 years too soon. She gunned the engine, her tires squealing as the speedometer inched toward 70 miles an hour. The back end of her car fishtailed as the wheels spun on the wet road. Lauren didn't let up on the gas pedal. She had seconds if she was lucky. She fumbled to buckle her seatbelt, not that it would do her a lot of good against a tornado. The belt clicked and tightened across her chest, the reassuring pressure telling her she'd at least done one thing right. Was she going to make it? She glanced over her shoulder, heart nearly beating out of her chest. Holy crap, was that a shovel caught inside the tornado? She had never been close enough to pick out individual air currents inside a vortex. Terror made it hard to think, hard to be rational. So this is what her parents felt like right before they died. Should she drive faster, veer into the field? The back wheels of her car lifted off the ground and a scream ripped from Lauren's throat. She so didn't want to die today. She leaned forward as though that would keep the car from the clutches of the funnel cloud. The car's wheels landed back on the asphalt and Lauren's teeth slammed together. The car hydroplaned, skidding sideways across the road. She screamed again, gripping the wheel as she tried to keep control of the vehicle. Forget her parents. Tanner would never forgive her for ignoring his warnings. She'd never forgive herself if this was truly the end. Lauren pressed the gas pedal until she couldn't press it any further, desperate to outrun this vicious force of Mother Nature. She had never experienced fear like this. It settled in her bones, chanting, "You're an idiot," over and over again. She'd thought she was scared when that fence flew over her head, but that paled in comparison to this. When would she realize that tornadoes were only beautiful from a distance? Being chased by one was always scary, and yet she came back every time because of how the storms made her feel. She closed her eyes, desperately trying to feel close to her parents. It was no use. All she felt was the horror of being caught in the storm. The wheels lifted off the ground and dropped once more. Another scream burned her throat, desperate for escape. It was useless. She'd never outrun the vortex. Her only hope was that a narrow funnel would allow her to escape its path. She wrenched the wheel to the left and gunned it, plowing through a barbed wire fence. The car bounced, engine revving as the wheels spun in the soft, muddy field. The wheels caught hold of the ground for a moment before being jerked backward, sliding back toward the road. The vortex was pulling her back into its path. "Help me," Lauren silently pleaded with her parents. "I'm sorry. I've been an idiot. Please don't let me die." Suddenly, the entire car was airborne. The shovel slammed against the windshield, shattering it. Lauren held up her arms, trying to protect her face as pebbled glass rained down around her. She couldn't think, couldn't breathe. The tornado let go. Her car slammed against the ground, the crunch of metal nearly drowned out by the howl of the wind. Lauren lurched forward, the seatbelt locking in place a moment too late. Her head hit the steering wheel with a thud that reverberated in her head. And then everything went black. Chapter 10. It had been over an hour since Lauren left the school, and Tanner hadn't heard from her. He glanced at his phone again. Still no response to the text he'd sent. He knelt on the carpeted floor of his office next to a box of books, struggling to push Lauren out of his head. It was hard, considering this had been her bedroom. The pink walls were gone, repainted a light blue, and it didn't look the same without her frilly white bed in one corner. Maybe he'd build a window seat in the wide bay window. She'd like that. Tanner shook his head. It didn't matter what Lauren wanted because she didn't live here. Why wasn't she texting him back? She had never been the type to ignore him when he was mad and generally faced arguments head-on, but that was before she started running. Tanner opened the box and pulled out the books on top. He glanced at the covers, then dropped them on the bookshelf as though he'd been burned. Yearbooks. Lauren had filled an entire page of his senior one with a love letter, then signed it by pressing her pink gloss-covered lips to the bottom of the page. Sometimes when he'd let the memories consume him in that first year after she disappeared, he'd open up the book and trace the outline of her lips with his finger. Maybe it was his imagination, but he swore he could still smell the coconut scent of her lip gloss. He pulled more books out of the box, mostly textbooks he had held on to for one reason or another, and quickly piled them next to the yearbooks. There, that sort of camouflaged the offending memories. If he had any sense, he'd shove the yearbooks in the damp crawl space underneath his house. Better yet, he'd drop them right in the trash. Lauren was probably back in Tulsa, uploading her footage to the studio's server so it could air on the 10 o'clock news. He'd pushed her too far earlier, and she owed him nothing, not even a text to let him know that she was okay. She was probably fine. The tornado had been a minor one, barely a blip on the radar for most native Oklahomans. But Lauren had always been a bit reckless and impulsive, especially when upset. She'd differed from her overly cautious parents in that way. And yet, always wary Mr. and Mrs. Reynolds had still ended up dead because of a simple Sunday drive. Tanner swiped his car keys off the kitchen counter and stomped out to his truck. Neighbor updates on his social media account suggested that the tornado's damage was localized to the fields just outside the town boundaries. A mobile home had been destroyed, which seemed to be the worst of it. Luckily, no one had been inside at the time, and so far, no injuries had been reported. But no one knew Lauren was out there. Tanner rolled down his window, letting the cool breeze tug at his hair. Country music blasted from the stereo, but did little to drown out his thoughts. The entire time they'd dated, he'd been intensely protective of Lauren. Maybe it was her small stature, or maybe it was the way she often disregarded her own safety in favor of adventure. Reckless. She'd always been so blasted reckless. He'd nearly had a heart attack when she climbed the rickety water tower on one of their first dates, determined to enjoy the view from 100 feet up. But she had been content to watch storms from the relative safety of her front porch until that last month. That's when Tanner's anxiety had skyrocketed. The narrow road was empty, the fields on either side soggy from the storm. He scanned the sides of the road, looking for evidence of the twister. Cows dotted the pastures, munching grass as though nothing had happened. The fencing was undisturbed, and the few barns set back from the road seemed fine. He was nearly ready to turn back and try a different direction when he saw the first section of collapsed fencing. It had crumpled in on itself, a post yanked right out of the ground. The tornado had been here. That meant Lauren had been too. Tanner let off the gas, slowing his pace so he could better search the road. Debris littered the pavement, shards of wood mixed with grass and hay. Soda cans, twisted metal, and what looked like a shovel handle were strewn across the pavement. He carefully made his way around the debris, not wanting to puncture a tire, as his heart climbed into his throat. Lauren had been storm chasing for years. She'd even trained with professionals. Even she wasn't stupid enough to put herself in a clearly dangerous situation. Except, storm chasing was always dangerous, no matter what safety precautions were taken, and angry people usually didn't think clearly. Tanner kept driving as the road grew even more cluttered with evidence of the storm. He passed a barn missing half its shingles. Uprooted corn stalks were splayed across the field and pavement. Half a mile down the road, he could make out the mobile home lying on its side, identical to the picture he had seen on social media. He would have missed the glint of silver if the sun hadn't peeked through the clouds and illuminated it. The tall grasses of the prairie nearly hid the vehicle. Tanner slammed on his brake and craned his head out of the open window. A car was flipped upside down, the roof smashed and silver paint dulled by the mud peppering the body. Its front window shield was gone, the edges of the frame ragged with broken glass. And on the rear bumper was a Tulsa 1 sticker, nearly obscured by mud. Lauren. Tanner threw open his truck door, not bothering to close it behind him. The warning ding-ding-ding reminding him to shut it so he wouldn't drain his battery echoed on the still air. He stumbled to the car, the sound growing fainter with each step as horror made his stomach churn. What if she was dead? She couldn't be dead. His chest tightened, making each breath painful. He'd known she was upset, and yet still he'd pushed her. If they hadn't gotten in that fight, she might not have gone after the twister. Had she even worn a seatbelt? It wouldn't be the first time she neglected safety in favor of the thrill of the chase. Please don't make me look for a body, Tanner silently begged. He took a deep breath, then dropped to the ground and peered in the car window. His shoulders sagged as his breath escaped in a whoosh. Lauren hung suspended from the driver's seat, the belt keeping her firmly in place. Tanner barely had time to feel relieved before he noticed the dried blood. It had congealed in her white blonde hair and was streaked down her face and neck. "Lauren!" Tanner yelled. He yanked on the door handle, but it didn't budge. A sob caught in his throat, but he forced himself to take a deep breath and think clearly. He had just found her again, and he refused to believe that this was how their story would end. Tanner reached through the open window and placed 2 shaking fingers to her neck. He held his breath as the blood roared in his ears. A faint flutter thrummed beneath his fingers, and he let out a strangled laugh. Lauren shrank away from his touch and groaned, the sound stronger than he had expected. Tanner fumbled in his pocket for his phone, but only found pocket lint. He quickly checked his other pocket, then cursed. The cell must be in his truck. He stuck his head inside the window, trying to better assess her condition. "Lar, can you hear me?" Looking at everything upside down was more disorienting than he'd expected it to be. Tanner ran his hands down her arms, looking for signs of injury. Should he run back for the phone or make sure Lauren was stable first? The thought of leaving her even for 60 seconds was unbearable. Lauren grunted, but her eyes remained closed. Tanner tugged on the door handle again, and it gave a loud screech. He placed his feet against the body of the car, leveraging his weight as he pulled with all of his might. With a mighty groan, he pried the door open a few feet, enough to pull Lauren out. She stirred again, eyelashes fluttering against her cheeks. Tanner glanced helplessly back at the truck, then peered at the seatbelt latch. The metal appeared intact. Hopefully it wasn't jammed and would unlatch just fine. "Lauren," Tanner said, making his voice urgent. "Lauren, I need you to answer me." Another groan. The front of the car had been turned into a crumpled mess. Hopefully she could slip out from beneath the dashboard without much trouble. Tanner put a hand to his mouth, willing himself not to throw up at the sight of so much blood. This was definitely a job for a professional. He stood, ready to race back to the truck. "Ouch," Lauren whispered. Tanner dropped back to the ground with a hoarse laugh. "I thought you were dead." "Tornado got the best of me," she whispered. He wanted to kiss her breathless, then strangle her for causing him so much worry. "Yeah, well, I warned you not to go." She opened first one eye, then another, peering up at him with that clear sapphire blue color he'd always loved. How were her pupils not dilated? Surely she had a concussion. It looked like her head had bled for a while. "Are you going to get me out or leave me here to rot?" she whispered. His eyes roved her body, checking for other injuries. "I'm going back to the truck so I can grab my phone and call 911. I don't think I should move you." She let out a grunt. Her fingers moved slowly toward the seatbelt buckle and fumbled with the latch. "What are you doing?" Tanner asked in alarm. "Getting out of the car." Even injured, the annoyance came through clearly in her voice. "Are you crazy? We need to call the paramedics and let them assess you first." "I don't think so." Tanner sat back on his haunches, shaking his head. Maybe she did have a concussion. That was the only explanation for her insanity. "Laura, I'm not on the station's insurance for another 30 days, okay? And I really don't want to waste my savings on an unnecessary ambulance ride." Her fingers found the release button and poised above it, ready to press. "Stop!" Tanner's hand seized hers. "You'll injure yourself even more." Her clear blue eyes met his, her mouth pressed together in a determined line. "Then help me." Like it was so easy. "What if you have a spinal injury?" "I don't." She slowly turned her neck first one way, then the other. "Stop," Tanner said. "I don't think you're supposed to do that." "Why?" She wiggled her fingers, and he could see her legs moving beneath the crushed dashboard. "See? Doesn't even hurt." "Yeah, I can tell. You're the picture of health." He sat back on his haunches, thinking. If he didn't help her, she'd still release the latch the second he went for his phone and possibly injure herself further. There was really only one option. Tanner sighed and scooted closer to the car. He knelt on his knees, digging his feet into the soft mud to try to brace himself. "When you release the buckle, I'll try to catch you," Tanner said. Lauren gave him a sarcastic smile. "That always was one of your special talents." "Apparently not, or you wouldn't be hanging upside down in a crushed car." He swallowed, stretching both arms across her shoulders and gripping the seat tightly. Hopefully it would be enough to keep her from falling. He was a professor, not a jock who spent hours in the gym. But Lauren was tiny. "Are you ready?" She raised her eyes heavenward, a clear sign of praying for patience, then nodded.
"Can I release the latch now?"
"Yeah, I think I've got you." She waited until his eyes met hers, then gave a small nod.
"I trust you, Tanner."
The weight of her words settled over him and he nodded. Lauren pressed the latch. Her body fell forward. Tanner's grip slipped, but he managed to catch her just before she crashed against the steering wheel. Her legs twitched underneath the crushed dashboard. "Can you slide out?" Tanner asked, his voice strained with the effort of holding her up.
"I think so."
Her hands landed on his back, trying to hold herself up. Lauren let out a groan, then pulled her legs free from the dashboard. Tanner wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her from the car. She landed on top of him with an oof. Tanner's arms tightened around her. Could she feel the rapid pulse of his heart?
"I can't believe I'm alive,"
Lauren said. He reached up, gently caressing one cheek. "That makes two of us." She pushed against his grip, and he let her go. Lauren rolled onto the ground with a groan. She stared up at the sky, one arm over her forehead. Tanner crouched beside her. "Are you okay?"
"I think so. Just give me a minute to catch my breath."
She ran a hand through her hair, then winced. "Careful," Tanner said. He slowly scanned her body, searching for further injuries. The cut on her head actually looked pretty minor, just a thin slice near her hairline. Small cuts, probably from the shattered windshield, dotted her face and arms. His eyes stopped on her leg, noticing for the first time the deep gash just above her knee.
"What?"
Lauren asked. Tanner blinked quickly, feeling a little lightheaded at the sight of so much blood. "You're hurt." She glanced at her leg, eyes wide with surprise.
"No kidding."
He pressed a hand to his mouth, examining the wound.
"Tanner, don't you dare pass out on me," Lauren warned. "I can't run for the school nurse this time."
"You're never going to let me live that one down." Tanner closed his eyes, taking a careful breath through his mouth. "I think you need stitches. It looks pretty deep."
"I think I'll pass on the stitches."
She pushed herself to her feet, balancing on one leg. "Whoa!" Tanner slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. "Careful there. It looks serious." She gritted her teeth, hopping forward.
"It's fine."
"Do you not see the blood gushing down your leg?"
"It's barely a trickle. Stop looking at it. Your face is all pale."
Tanner nodded, turning his head away while still keeping a firm hold on her waist. Now was not the time to pass out. Maybe the wound wasn't gushing blood, but it was definitely more than a trickle. And what about her head? She pushed away from him and took a careful step, wincing. Tanner folded his arms, watching as she bent down near the car window. "What are you doing?"
"Just 1 second. Got it."
She straightened, holding up the camera triumphantly. Tanner's jaw dropped. One side of the camera was crumpled and a large crack went across the lens. "You've got to be kidding me." She looped the camera around her neck.
"I think I got some really good shots, and the memory card is probably still okay. If not, I know a tech genius at the station who can probably recover the pictures anyway."
"You know this is crazy, right? That tornado almost killed you."
"A miscalculation on my part. Don't blame the storm."
"Okay then, how about I blame you?" Lauren rolled her eyes and bent down again. She started to wobble and Tanner grabbed her waist, steadying her. "What now?" he demanded.
"My purse and laptop bag."
He sighed, making sure she had a steadying hold on the car. "Stay put, I'll get them." A few moments later, he emerged with the requested bags. He looped them over one arm and then held out a hand. "Now can we go?" She cocked her head to one side and grinned.
"You always did look good with a purse."
"Do you think this is funny?" he demanded. You almost died today. I thought I was going to find a body thrown from the car."
The adrenaline of the last few minutes was starting to wear off, and exhaustion seeped into his limbs. Tears lodged in his throat, making it impossible to speak without revealing his emotions. Why had she come back? He'd been moving on with his life, had even managed to convince himself he no longer loved her. Lauren's eyes softened, and she put a hand on his arm. "I'm sorry. We can go now." They made their way back to his truck. Blood trickled down her leg with every step, but at least the cut on her head barely oozed. The ding-ding-ding of his open door grew louder with each step. Tanner held open the passenger door, but Lauren drew back. "I'm going to ruin your floor mats," she said.
"Not really my top concern at the moment."
He placed his hands around her waist, ready to lift her into the truck, but her hands on his shoulders stopped him. "You don't have a blanket or anything we can put down?" He glanced again at her leg, considering their options. The blood wasn't so severe that he wanted to risk infection by wrapping it in his shirt.
"I can replace floor mats. I can't replace you."
She bit her lip, blinking rapidly. "Okay, thank you." He got her settled in the car, making sure she fastened her seatbelt, then climbed in himself, finally silencing the obnoxious dinging noise. Moments later, they were heading back to town.
"Your leg needs to be looked at," Tanner said. "Your head, too, probably. Are you current on your tetanus shot? Who knows what germs are on whatever metal piece of the car cut you?"
"Insurance,
this is non-negotiable," he interrupted, gripping the steering wheel.
There'd be no sleeping tonight. Every time he closed his eyes, he'd see her hanging upside down, hair matted with blood.
"Stop being so dang stubborn. I'm taking you to the hospital."
"That death trap?" She let out a snort. "I'd be better off alone at home."
"The hospital's improved a lot in the last 4 years. The world didn't stop turning just because you ran off."
Lauren folded her arms and glared. "At least take me to urgent care. It'll be a lot cheaper than the hospital, and it's closer."
"By like 3 minutes.
"So we'll be within easy driving distance if they decide I need to go to the ER."
Tanner blew out a breath, then nodded. "What happened out there?"
Lauren shrugged, then winced, gingerly touching her forehead. "The tornado turned at the last minute. I couldn't drive fast enough."
"You mean it actually got you?"
His foot slipped on the gas pedal as the inside of his mouth turned into a desert. If the tornado had been any bigger, just for a moment. She pointed over her shoulder to where her car lay in the distance, only a few paces off the road. "It didn't move me far, see?"
Like that made getting caught up in a tornado no big deal.
His eyes burned as he thought of how close he had come to permanently losing her. Lauren's funeral might have been the next one held in Sunset Plains. Did she even care?
"Were the shots worth it?"
Tanner demanded. "What?"
"The shots."
He motioned to the camera hanging from a strap around her neck.
"Were the pictures worth risking your life for?"
Her fingers curled around the camera, and she stared out the window. "I thought I still had time before it grew too dangerous." Tanner clenched his jaw, anger mixing with fear.
"I can't do this anymore."
"Today was a miscalculation," Lauren said quickly. "I'm not denying that, but next time I'll be smarter."
"There can't be a next time for me."
Tanner glanced over at her, taking in the blood-stained hair and dirty clothes. He focused back on the road.
"I know losing your parents was hard, and I know that for whatever insane reason, chasing tornadoes helps you deal with their loss. But I can't deal with this constant worry."
"This isn't about my parents," Lauren said hotly. "I'm trying to start a career. Chasing storms is part of that."
"I don't think Tulsa One asks their reporters to risk life and limb for a photo."
Lauren put a hand on his arm and he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I know. I'm sorry. But this doesn't have to come between us anymore. I want to spend more time in Sunset Plains. Maybe we—"
"There's no we, Lauren. At least not for me." Her mouth fell open and her eyes glistened with tears.
"I still love you," she choked out. "I've never stopped."
He couldn't look at her. Tanner focused on the road, the pain every bit as intense as it had been 4 years ago. "I was going to propose at Christmas. Did you know that? The extra job wasn't for tuition, it was for a ring." She inhaled sharply.
"I didn't know."
He doubted it would have made a difference if she had. "Yeah, well, you didn't stick around long enough for me to tell you."
"We can work this out," she said. "I know tornadoes are a sore spot with you, but maybe we can come to a compromise."
He whipped into a parking stall near the entrance of the urgent care clinic and flipped off the truck. The keys dug into his palm as he clutched it tightly. "I don't think we can." She stared at him, tears trailing down her cheeks.
"I don't know how to explain it," she whispered. "When I'm in the middle of a storm, it feels like my parents are right there with me."
Tanner stared at his hands, running them along the steering wheel. For the first time, he thought maybe he was listening to Lauren and not just hearing her. Maybe he didn't understand why she chased storms, but he finally understood that for her, it might be a need. "I'm not asking you to stop," he said quietly. "I'm just saying I can't stand by and watch." She nodded and unbuckled her seatbelt.
"Okay then. I guess I have to respect that."
"Here, let me help you inside." Tanner reached for the door handle, but Lauren put a hand on his arm, stopping him. She swallowed, quickly wiping underneath her eyes.
"It's too hard," she whispered. "I'll call Shannon to come pick me up. By the time I'm done at the clinic, she'll be here."
Tanner finally nodded. For once in his life, he would respect Lauren's wishes and not try to make choices for her. "I wish things were different, Lar."
"Me too."
She leaned forward, brushing a kiss across his cheek.
"Goodbye, Tanner."
He managed to keep it together until she was inside the building. Then he rested his head on the steering wheel and cried. What had he done? Chapter 11. Shannon rushed into the exam room, her frizzy red hair pulled back in a bun. She wore a tight black t-shirt with some band logo and frayed jean shorts, but it was the worried expression that Lauren noticed first. Shannon never looked nervous or concerned. "What happened?" Shannon demanded. Tanner had decided that Lauren wasn't worth the fight. That's what had happened. She blinked quickly, focusing on the faint tug of the needle as Dr. Holloway stitched her leg back together. He was an older man with snow-white hair, a neatly trimmed mustache, and age-spotted hands. But he was steady with a needle, and Lauren wasn't worried. Had she really told Tanner goodbye? "This must be the camera woman I've heard so much about," Dr. Holloway said, smiling up at Shannon. "Pleasure to meet you, miss." Shannon's brow rose in surprise, but she quickly recovered. You too. Thanks for taking care of Lauren." "I've been patching this girl up since she was knee-high to a grasshopper," Dr. Holloway said. "We're almost done here. Another stitch or two should do it."
"No rush,"
Lauren murmured. The exam room hadn't changed since the last time she had sat here. Same pale pink walls, same faded and peeling teddy bear wallpaper. Dr. Holloway had been stitching her up after a storm then, too. It had been a week after the funeral. Lauren had gone after a tornado and watched it from about a mile away. Debris had flown everywhere, and a shard of wood had embedded itself in her forearm. 10 stitches, and 4 years later, you could barely even see the thin scar. Dr. Holloway's nurse had called Tanner, unbeknownst to Lauren. He burst into the exam room, eyes wild with panic, and demanded to know what she had been thinking. Shannon sank into the chair next to Lauren, eyes roving over her. Lauren wrapped her arms tightly around her waist, feeling vulnerable. She knew she must look a sight because the front desk receptionist had panicked when Lauren walked through the doors, but her injuries were all minor. The nurse had run antiseptic over the minor scrapes and cuts on Lauren's arms and face, while Dr. Halloway glued shut the cut on her forehead. A suture kit had been brought in next, and Dr. Halloway had gotten to work on her leg.
"You look like you got in a fight with a lion or something," Shannon said.
"Just a tornado." Lauren tried to keep her voice light, but it wasn't easy. She'd barely escaped death, and she knew it.
"Who won?"
Shannon asked. Lauren swallowed, remembering the way Tanner had stared at her as though she was breaking his heart. But he'd said he couldn't watch her chase tornadoes, and Lauren wasn't sure that was something she could give up.
"I think it was a tie,"
Lauren said faintly.
"What have I told you about chasing storms without me?"
Shannon gave her a mock glare.
"No fair stealing all the fun."
Fun. After today, Lauren wasn't sure she could ever describe a storm that way again. "As a doctor, I feel it my duty to point out how very unsafe chasing any storm is, but I know it won't do any good." Dr. Halloway tied off the last stitch and dropped the needle on a metal tray. He patted Lauren on her good leg and rose. "You're done here. Those stitches need to come out in 10 days. No trying to do it yourself, you hear? At least see a clinic in Tulsa if you won't come back here."
"I will."
A total lie. She wasn't paying some doctor another few $100 to do something she could do herself. Why couldn't she have waited another month to get injured when her insurance would cover everything? Lauren carefully stepped off the exam table, testing out her leg. She was still numb enough that it didn't hurt.
"Thanks again, Dr. Halloway."
"No problem. Don't be a stranger. We've all missed you." Lauren received the paperwork with care instructions from the nurse, then checked out with a chatty front desk receptionist. Shannon stayed silent the entire time, but Lauren was keenly aware of how much these acquaintances from her past were revealing with their chit-chat. Shannon helped Lauren into the car and then got into the driver's side.
"That was fun,"
Shannon said, starting the engine.
"Seems like there's a lot you didn't tell me about Sunset Plains."
"There's not really an easy way to say I ran away from home." Shannon paused at the stop sign. Lauren was momentarily startled when she turned left toward Tulsa instead of right toward Lauren's childhood home. It was easy to fall back into old patterns.
"Want to talk about it?"
Shannon asked. "Not really." A nod.
"Okay. You know I'm here for you if you need anything, right?"
Lauren smiled over at Shannon. When she had accepted the job at Tulsa One, she had no idea that she'd find such a great friend.
"Thanks."
"Anytime." They pulled onto the main road and Shannon set the cruise control, holding the steering wheel loosely in one hand. Lauren swallowed hard, flexing her fingers. They ached from the force with which she struggled to maintain control of her car when it was caught in the vortex.
"So,"
Shannon said,
"tell me about this sick twister. Think you got any good shots?"
"I guess we'll find out," Lauren said. "If you don't mind waiting at my apartment, I'll take a quick shower and then we could head to the station. Guess I'll be bumming rides off you until I can line up a rental car."
"Are you sure you're up for that? You're pretty banged up."
"I'm fine," Lauren said. "Let's make Doyle's night." They were able to recover the images from the memory card without any difficulties, and they were spectacular. Doyle simultaneously chastised Lauren for getting herself hurt while praising her for the great shots of the funnel cloud. She smiled, accepting the praise of those admiring the photographs, but inside she felt empty. If she hadn't run away, she and Tanner would probably be married right now. The revelation that he'd been saving up for an engagement ring had hit her squarely between the eyes. Before her parents' deaths, she would have gleefully accepted the proposal. Were tornadoes really worth losing him? She certainly hadn't felt close to her parents when a tornado pulled her toward its vortex and her life flashed before her eyes. But if he didn't understand why she needed to chase them, then their relationship didn't stand a chance. Doyle had ordered Lauren to spend the weekend resting and insisted he didn't want to see her again until Monday. On Thursday, she watched movies and ate too much ice cream, trying to fill the hole in her heart that Tanner's goodbye had left. By Friday, Lauren was growing bored. The weather forecast was bright and sunny with no promise of a storm. So Lauren did something she hadn't been able to face since coming back to Oklahoma. She visited her storage unit. Lauren drove slowly down the rows of units looking for the one that was hers. She had never been here before. After leaving, she had given her attorney a list of items she didn't want sold, and he had made all the arrangements with movers to pack and store them. This was her unit. She sat in the car for a long time, staring at the thick metal door. Inside were all her memories of her parents, every photograph and yearbook, and even a few heirloom pieces of furniture that had been in her family for generations. Her mother's wedding dress was in there, both her parents' wedding rings, the white crocheted dress that Lauren's mom had made for her to be christened in. She leaned her head against the steering wheel, taking a deep breath. Opening that door would unleash a lifetime of memories. This time she didn't even have Tanner as a buffer. Did she really want to do this? The peace that had blanketed the cemetery filled Lauren once more. Moments later, she had the padlock unlatched. She slid the door up to the ceiling and sunlight poured into the room. It wasn't a big unit, about the size of a small bedroom. Boxes were neatly stacked along one wall, covered in a thin sheen of dust. Her mother's china hutch, wrapped in layers of plastic, stood along the opposite wall. Lauren walked inside, picking out the few other items she had requested not to be sold. A steamer trunk that had belonged to her great-great-grandmother, a rocking chair that her grandfather had made himself, and the bedside table she had helped her mother refinish. Lauren put a hand to her forehead, taking a deep breath to compose herself. Then she walked over to the stack of boxes and gently blew away the dust. It billowed in the air, making her cough. She wiped away the rest with her hands, revealing a label. Someone had written in big block letters, "Photographs from walls." She hadn't brought a box cutter, but her keys managed to hack through the packaging tape. Lauren lifted the first photograph from the box, and tears immediately filled her eyes. It was a wedding portrait of her parents, the one that had hung in the living room. She brushed a hand across the glass. Her mother looked up at her father, their eyes brimming with love for each other. Lauren clutched the frame to her chest, tears streaming down her face. But the tears didn't rip apart her soul as they had in the past. This time, the tears healed. When Lauren left the storage unit 2 hours later, she took a trunk full of boxes with her. She spent Saturday going through the boxes and picking out the images she wanted hung about her apartment. When she finally went to bed that night, it was with her parents' wedding photo smiling down on her. Maybe it was a mistake to continue chasing tornadoes. She'd felt nothing but terror in that storm, whereas she'd finally found a measure of peace at the cemetery and surrounded by the remains of her old life. And Tanner? She rolled over in bed, clutching at her chest. Leaving him had been the biggest regret of her life. Was giving up on them now her second big mistake? She woke up on Sunday morning with a fierce need to visit her childhood home. An hour later, she was on the road to Sunset Plains, her windows rolled down and country music filling the rental car. She'd had her own car towed to Jake's garage and was waiting for the insurance adjusters to declare it totaled. "What are you doing?" Tanner's words kept echoing in her head. "I'm trying to be a roving reporter," she said aloud. "What's wrong with that?" Except roving reporters didn't actually deal with any of the science of weather. They just did live broadcasts designed to shock and awe. "Is this what you really want?" She could almost feel her mother's long fingers combing through her hair. Lauren pressed the gas a little harder. 2 weeks ago, she would have answered that question without hesitation. Why was she no longer sure? She passed by the sign welcoming her to Sunset Plains and turned down the familiar road to her parents' house. No, the Crenshaw's house. They had been a nice newlywed couple with no ties to Sunset Plains, which had made selling it to them easier. The same attorney who had helped Lauren clean out the house had helped her sell it, and she had signed the paperwork at a loan office in Seattle only 3 days after starting school. Lauren hadn't corresponded much with the Crenshaws, but her attorney said he had explained the situation. On the day of closing, she had received a large bouquet of yellow roses from them, along with a card expressing their condolences for her loss. Today, she hoped that they'd let her wander around the house for a minute. She had left in such a hurry and had never really said goodbye. Lauren hoped the Crenshaws had been happy here, that they were treating the place well and filling it with their own memories. Her parents would like that. The red brick house appeared at the end of the drive, nestled on a 1-acre plot of land. Lauren squinted, noting the green truck parked out front. The truck looked like Tanner's. But that was ridiculous. There were dozens of green trucks in town. Lauren parked next to the truck and got out. The sound of power tools whirred from the direction of the detached garage. She walked up the front steps, noting the newly painted front door. It was a cheerful sky blue instead of the scuffed brown from her childhood. How strange to knock on the front door of her house. She stood there, waiting for someone to answer. The whir of power tools stopped, followed by the clatter of wood before the tools started back up again. The house must be empty. She headed toward the detached garage at the back of the house. Its door stood open, and a tall, slender man stood in the middle, cutting wood on a table saw. Her heart stuttered to a stop. Denim jeans hung low on his hips. His thin cotton t-shirt, damp with sweat, clung to his body. Lauren swallowed hard, her mouth growing dry. Safety glasses obscured half his face, and he had one hand on a table saw and the other on a slab of wood. He still hadn't noticed her. A piece of wood fell to the ground and Tanner shut off the saw. There was only one reason why Tanner would be in the Crenshaw's garage. "Do you live here?" Lauren blurted out. Tanner jumped, ripping off his safety glasses. He stared at her, eyebrows nearly touching his hairline. "Lauren." She wrapped her arms around her waist. "Where are the Crenshaws?" He scratched the back of his neck. "Transferred for his job. I'm not sure where." The Crenshaws were gone. Tanner was in the garage. "And you—" His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. "Yeah, I bought the house." Tanner lived in her old home. She shivered, suddenly chilled, as she took in the garage. It was more organized than she had ever seen it, with tools hung on nails along the wall. "Is this weird?" Tanner asked. Tanner slept in her parents' old bedroom, ate breakfast in her kitchen, watched TV in her living room. It was unexpected and strange, and somehow comforting. "Maybe a little," Lauren admitted. "I should have told you that I bought it." Tanner shoved his hands in his pockets and walked toward her. "I guess I didn't know how." "No, it's okay. I know the real estate in Sunset Plains is limited and you needed somewhere to live." "You always said this was a good house." He gave her a tentative smile that had her blinking back tears. "The very best." Tanner had bought her parents' house. "What are you doing here?" Tanner asked. "It just felt like time." She bit her lip, not sure if she should tell him more. But he knew her better than anyone, and she wanted to share the progress she had made. "I've been trying to face some of the memories. Before your class, I visited the cemetery. Yesterday, I went through some of our family pictures and hung up a few in my apartment." "Wow, those are big steps for you." She put her hands in her back pockets and nodded. "Yeah, you were right, you know. I should have gone back to the cemetery a lot sooner." His eyes softened. "I never wanted to be right." "I know." "So how are you doing after all of that?" She could see the concern in his eyes, hear the worry in his voice. How could he say they were through when they both still felt so strongly?
Good, I think, Lauren said. Better than I expected to be. Anyway, I woke up today and just felt like coming home.
I'm glad you did, Tanner said. Do you want to take a look around? I've mostly unpacked, but things aren't decorated or anything. The Crenshaws made quite a few updates to the place.
She wanted to see the house more than anything, but she wouldn't put Tanner in an uncomfortable position. He'd made his feelings very clear. Is it okay that I'm here?
He took another step toward her. Of course it is. You grew up in this house. That's never going to change.
Okay then, Lauren said. In that case, I'd love to take a tour.
Chapter 12. Tanner opened the front door with shaking hands, every cell in his body aware of Lauren's nearness. The past few days had been exhausting. Lauren had consumed his every thought while doubt for his choice overwhelmed him. He loved her so much. Could he really just forget about that? He'd woken up today unable to put the window seat out of his mind, so he had stopped at the hardware store and gotten to work. Now she was here like some vision from the past. She'd visited the cemetery, gone through family pictures, come to her childhood home. That had to mean something. Maybe he'd made a mistake to break things off so abruptly. It had certainly felt that way, and now here was proof that Lauren was trying to move on. Here we are, Tanner said. He stood aside, giving Lauren space to explore.
Wow.
She looked around, taking in the room.
You weren't kidding about the remodels.
Yeah, they did a really good job with it too, but it's still kind of weird.
For me too, Lauren said. She ran a hand along the fireplace mantel. My mom always hated that lava rock here. The tile looks nice. I think she'd like it.
Tanner folded his arms, resisting the urge to put a comforting arm around her shoulders. Lauren didn't need him to protect her. Besides, he didn't have the right. Would you rather look around yourself? I can go back outside if you need to be alone.
No. Lauren waved a hand. This is your house now, and I'd love for you to show it to me.
He stared down at her, the words feeling somehow significant, like the past bridging the future. Okay then, let me show you the kitchen. She walked beside him with a slight limp. Angry black stitches crisscrossed the wound on her knee, and a thin red line near her hairline showed where she had been cut. But the cuts on her arms appeared to be healing. Looks like you've recovered okay, Tanner said, motioning to her leg.
Oh, yeah.
She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear.
Dr. Holloway said that once the stitches come out, I'll be as good as new.
I'm glad, he said. His voice sounded hoarse. Maybe, now that she had calmed down, she'd realize how destructive chasing tornadoes was. Lauren stepped into the kitchen, her eyes growing wide.
This looks like a completely different room.
Yeah, I think the changes in here surprised me the most, Tanner said.
I love the white cabinets and stainless steel appliances. It makes the room seem bigger, brighter, I guess.
She ran a hand across the counter, and Tanner swallowed hard. He couldn't stop thinking about their first kiss in this very room. Lauren glanced over at him, then quickly away, her cheeks turning pink. Maybe she was thinking about that kiss too. He wanted to lift her onto that counter and do a repeat experience.
Mama always wanted to spruce up the place, as she'd like to say, Lauren said.
She pointed a finger up, where the drop ceiling with fluorescent lighting inside had been removed.
She'd be thrilled to see that eyesore gone.
So you think they'd like the changes? Tanner asked.
Yeah, I think they would.
He leaned against the counter, watching as Lauren poked her head inside the pantry before looking over the mostly unchanged laundry room. I'm sorry for leaving you at the clinic, he said quietly. Guilt for abandoning her had eaten at his insides. Maybe that guilt was part of what had kept Lauren away for so long.
You offered. I'm the one who asked you to go.
Only because I said hurtful things,
Tanner countered. I might have deserved some of them. She took a deep breath. I think I was chasing that storm partly to feel close to my parents. It wasn't all about the job. It was happening. He took both of her hands in his, pulling her close. She laid her hands flat against his chest, making his heart race. I'm really trying, she whispered.
I see that.
She bit her lip, cocking her head to one side. Are you glad that I came back, Tanner?
He replayed every sleepless night he'd experienced since Lauren's return while her eyes searched his, wide and vulnerable. The flood of emotions over the past 2 weeks had rivaled those from immediately after she'd left. Being this close to her was an exquisite kind of pain. Tanner reached out, cupping her cheek with his hand. Lauren leaned into him, her eyes fluttering closed as she inhaled. Yeah, he said, I am. They stood there for a long moment, the chemistry crackling between them. Tanner wrapped her hand in his, placing a soft kiss on top of it. Come on, there's something I want to show you. He led her down the hallway, their hands linked together, and the rightness of this moment nearly overwhelmed him. What is it? Lauren asked. He paused a few paces from the open door to her old room. Her eyes widened and she tightened her grip on his hand. Are you ready for this? He asked. She took a deep breath, then nodded. Yes, I want to see it. He pulled her through the open door, suddenly nervous. When he'd started the window seat that morning, it had been an impulse, something he knew the old Lauren would have loved. He hadn't realized that he'd been hoping the new Lauren would see it someday and approve. Lauren took in the room, her eyes sweeping over the 3 bookcases holding his personal library, including the yearbooks that had upset him so much after she taught his class. A large desk took up most of one wall, his comfortable executive chair scooted underneath. And in the center of the room sat the large bay window, the boards he had already cut for the window seat stacked up beside it. She turned to him, her eyes wide. Is that... He nodded, leaning against the doorframe. I woke up this morning and just had to make the window seat. Oh, Tanner. She ran a hand along the ledge of the window, eyes traveling upward. It's perfect. I thought maybe I could talk my mom into making a cushion for it, he said. The quilt store in town still has a pretty decent selection. You always wanted teal fabric with yellow and white daisies, right? Her eyes grew watery. You remembered. I remember everything about you, he said, repeating her words from the classroom back to her. She leaned into him, her hands skittering up his shirt. Tanner inhaled, staring down at her. The faint vanilla of her shampoo floated around him, making it hard to think. I love you, Tanner. Her hands skittered up his chest, then locked behind his neck. I love you so much. Please, give us another chance. Lauren, he said, reaching for her hands. She tightened her hold. Look me in the eye and tell me you don't love me anymore, and I swear I won't bother you again. He stared into her eyes, the words on the tip of his tongue. But he couldn't say them. He couldn't lie to her. He couldn't resist the fire between them anymore. Tanner groaned, crushing her to him. Lauren rose on her tiptoes, mouth parted. Their lips met in a burst of flame. He leaned against the wall, pulling her tightly against him. Suddenly his hands were in her hair, at her waist, holding her face. Their lips moved together in perfect harmony. She pressed closer to him, her hands sliding around his back and fisting his shirt. They'd shared dozens of kisses in this room before, chaste ones stolen in the moments between Mr. Reynolds poking his head into the room with a well-meaning glare, but none of those exchanges had felt like this. Tanner, Lauren whispered against his lips. He trailed kisses along her jawline and down her neck before claiming her lips with his once more. This This is what he wanted. Lauren.
"I've missed you so much," she whispered.
His hands brushed through her hair. Lauren winced, pulling back. Tanner blinked, the fog clearing from his mind. He'd accidentally touched the cut on her forehead, the one she had gotten chasing a tornado. A tornado he'd asked her not to follow.
"It's okay,"
Lauren whispered, coming back for another kiss.
"I'm fine."
She was upside down in that car again, her eyes closed and hair matted with blood. A scream of horror was permanently frozen in his throat as he wondered whether she was dead or alive. Lauren ran her fingers through his hair, sending shivers down Tanner's spine. Her lips melded perfectly against his, like they were made for each other. Except soulmates didn't disappear in the dead of night, with only a note as a goodbye. Tanner was back in the car, arguing with her about the necessity of seeking medical help. Blood had dripped down her leg, and still she'd insisted she was fine. She was here now, saying she was trying. But what would happen when the next tornado siren sounded? Cold fear slid down his back. Lauren would go after the next tornado, no matter what he said. Tanner wrenched his mouth away from Lauren's. She blinked up at him, her pupils dilated and eyes unfocused. "This is a mistake," he said. She rose on her tiptoes again, and he put his hands on her shoulders to stop her. Hurt filled her eyes, and she dropped her hands to his chest.
"It doesn't feel like a mistake."
He slipped out from underneath her hands, remembering the way they had shaken with adrenaline as she reached for the camera in her crushed car. A photo had been more important to her than her life.
"Tanner,"
Lauren said, a furrow forming between her brow.
"let's talk about this."
Okay. He placed his hands on his hips, not blinking. "Do you still plan on chasing tornadoes?" She bit her lip.
I don't know."
He closed his eyes as the pain washed over him. "You said yourself that chasing that storm was about missing your parents."
"I said it might be. But this is my job we're talking about. I can't just change my plans on a dime."
"You did 4 years ago." She ran a hand through her hair. It was messy and ratted, showing signs of their kissing session.
"That was different."
Was it? He backed slowly toward the door. The walls between them were as high as ever. "I think it's better if I wait in the garage. Please take as long as you need in the house. I promise not to bother you."
"It's not as simple as chasing or not chasing tornadoes. It's not just about me, Tanner. Shannon is depending on me to help us get that roving reporter position. Why don't you understand?"
"I'm sorry," Tanner whispered. Then he fled outside like the coward he was. Chapter 13. Lauren shifted on Shannon's cracked leather seat, staring out the window as the tall grasses of the prairie flew past. Clouds covered the sky, and the air was cooler than normal today. She had a strange sense of déjà vu as they approached the city limits. Had it really only been 5 days since she had been here last? Every time she closed her eyes, she replayed that kiss. Why had Tanner let her do that if he was only going to push her away in the end? Insurance had only paid for a week of the rental car, so when Jake had called to tell her the insurance paperwork was ready to sign, Lauren had bummed a ride off Shannon. Her friend hadn't seemed to mind.
"Thanks for driving me back to Sunset Plains,"
Lauren said.
"Are you kidding me?"
Shannon glanced over at Lauren, her smoker's rasp growing more pronounced.
"After the footage you caught, I'd do anything for you. It's been over a week and Doyle's still over the moon. You're my freaking hero."
Lauren gave a weak smile, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear.
"I was an idiot."
"You were gutsy," Shannon countered.
"We're the front-runners for the roving reporter spot when Sheila retires, and everyone knows it."
"I never should have gotten so close. I wasn't thinking clearly." But she had done a lot of thinking since that night. Her parents had been on her mind even more than usual, and she could sense their disapproval from beyond the grave like a physical weight. "It was hardcore," Shannon said. "It'll all be worth it when we get the promotion." Yeah, I guess you're right. But the possibility no longer filled her with excitement. The wooden "Welcome to Sunset Plains" sign greeted them at the city limits, and the vice squeezing Lauren's heart loosened. "Head toward Main Street instead of taking the bypass that skirts the edge of town," Lauren instructed. Shannon nodded, and soon they were driving through downtown. Brick shop fronts with cheerful window displays lined the road, and flower pots hung from the lampposts. "I didn't expect it to be so quaint," Shannon said. "Is that a cupcake shop?" Lauren stared at the shining sign for cupcakes and cowboys. That must be Cassidy's new shop. "Yeah, it just opened a few months ago, I think." "Why does that name sound familiar?" Shannon snapped her fingers. "Jace Larson. His fiancée owns that shop, right?" "Yeah. Do you know her?" Lauren nodded. "We went to high school together. She's Tanner's sister." "Wow, how cool is that? We should stop there on our way out of town and try something." "Sounds fun," Lauren lied. No doubt everything on the menu was delicious. Lauren was no slouch in the kitchen, but Cassidy had a gift when it came to baking. Her red velvet cupcakes were out of this world. But what if Tanner had told Cassidy about the kiss? The siblings had always been close. Would Cassidy hate Lauren for coming back and hurting Tanner yet again? They left the brick shops behind and turned onto a road leading toward the edge of town. Shannon pulled into the crack parking lot of Jake's garage. Lauren's car sat in front of a stack of old tires, partially hidden on the side of the building. Her fingers curled into fists as she took in the vehicle that had nearly become her coffin. It was smashed flat as a pancake. Had it been that bad when she crashed, or had Jake compacted it? Shannon opened her door and let out a low whistle. "Is that your car?" Lauren got out as well, her hands clammy. "Yeah." "Geez, Laure, you're one lucky dog. How are you not dead right now?" "I guess I'm pretty lucky." For the first time, she saw the car as Tanner had seen it, a crumpled hunk of scrap metal that had nearly snuffed out her life. Lauren closed her eyes, imagining Tanner in that car, unconscious and bloody. No wonder Tanner had been so adamant about not chasing storms. Lauren put a hand to her throat. If he was constantly throwing himself in the path of danger, she would be a basket case. For so long she had been angry that he had refused to acknowledge the role tornadoes played in her grieving. But she had been doing the exact same thing to him and ignoring the fear and panic she must have put him through. "Doyle would kick your butt if he knew what a close call you'd had," Shannon said. "Those shots were great, but wow, not sure it was worth the risk." Lauren tore her gaze away from the scrap metal that used to be her car and headed toward the front door of the shop, her limp nearly gone. She'd had the stitches removed yesterday, but her barely healing skin still stretched and pulled with every step. "How was I supposed to know the twister would turn at the last second?" Shannon easily fell into step beside her. Maybe because you spent the last 4 summers chasing storms with experts?" Funny. That was exactly what Lauren had imagined her parents saying. She pushed open the shop door, ringing the bell overhead. The smell of car oil and brake fluid instantly overwhelmed her. She paused, inhaling deeply as the memories wrapped around her like a hug. Growing up, she had come here often with her dad. He'd been a self-taught mechanic and usually did the repairs on their vehicles himself. Lauren had sat on one of the red padded bar stools surrounding the counter and sucked on a lollipop while her dad and Jake Sr. talked about things like torque and engine combustion. Shannon frowned at Lauren. "Everything okay?" Lauren nodded. "Yeah, just a lot of memories in this place." "Good ones?" "The very best." Jake Jr. appeared from the back, a wide grin on his face. He'd been in Tanner's graduating class and hadn't changed much in the last 4 years. Same beefy arms, golden hair, and friendly smile. "Hey," he said, "you're here."
"Yep."
Lauren leaned against the counter, resting her weight on her good leg. She could almost taste the strawberry of a lollipop.
"Thanks for taking care of everything."
Jake smiled at Shannon, folding his arms so his biceps bulged. "No problem. Who's your friend?"
"Oh, sorry."
Lauren glanced at Shannon, who was giving Jake an appraising look.
"This is Shannon. She's my camera woman at the station."
"Nice to meet you," Jake said, extending a hand. "I haven't seen you around these parts before."
"It's only my second time visiting," Shannon said, giving him a coy smile. "But if I had known how friendly everyone was here, I might have come sooner."
Lauren tuned out Shannon and Jake's flirtatious banter as she looked through the paperwork. Her eyes ran over the descriptions of her totaled vehicle. Tanner's panicked eyes kept flashing through her mind, his insistence she go to the hospital. At the time, she had been frustrated he was so concerned, but now she understood. Lauren gripped the pen tighter, swallowing back the lump in her throat. She'd been lucky to make it out alive. She finished signing and initialing the paperwork, then handed it back to Jake. He looked the forms over quickly, then added his own signature and stapled the bundle together. "Looks good. I'll stick this in the mail first thing tomorrow morning. Let me know if you haven't heard from the company in a week or two, and I'll resubmit the report." Lauren nodded.
"Hopefully there aren't any problems."
"There shouldn't be." Jake bent down and grabbed a small box from underneath the counter, setting it in front of her. "Here are your things. There wasn't much in the car to salvage."
"Just a few things in the glove box," Lauren agreed, taking the box. "Thanks again, Jake."
His eyes were on Shannon's when he said, "No problem. Come back any time." The sky had darkened while they were inside, turning from overcast to dark. Wind whipped dust into the air from the gravel parking lot. Lauren breathed in deeply. Another storm was coming. She could feel it.
"You've been holding out on me,"
Shannon said as she unlocked her car.
"Jake is hot. Are all the guys like him in Sunset Plains, or is he just special?"
Tanner's shaggy brown hair and adorable grin flashed in Lauren's mind.
"Jake's definitely cute, but he's not the only one."
"Ah." Shannon wiggled her eyebrows as she started the car engine. "You're thinking of Tanner, the ex you're so closed-lipped about."
"I haven't been keeping anything quiet."
"Darling, you're practically Fort Knox when it comes to your past. What is up with that? We've spent about 1 billion hours together over the past month and a half." Lauren's phone rang, saving her from having to answer. She held up a finger, then frowned at the number.
"It's Doyle."
"Crap, it'll take us an hour to get back to Tulsa."
"We told him we were coming here today and wouldn't be available."
It was their day off, after all. Lauren swiped her finger across the screen and put it on speaker so Shannon could hear as well.
"Hello?"
"Lauren," Doyle said, "so glad I caught you." Shannon raised an eyebrow, mouthing, "What?" Lauren shrugged.
"What can I do for you?"
Lauren asked while Shannon turned down the air conditioner so they could hear better. "How would you like the chance to air another weather story on the 10 o'clock news?" Doyle's deep voice brimmed with anticipation. Lauren's mouth dropped open and Shannon pumped a fist into the air. Rookies were never asked to do pieces for prime time. They might happen upon something worthy of the spot like Lauren had with the tornado, but being asked by the producer was a huge deal. Excitement raced through Lauren, and she worked to keep her voice calm. Prime time was a major deal. Her parents would have recorded the broadcast, then invited the entire town over to watch.
"I'm doing it," Lauren said silently to her parents. "I'm a real reporter." "We'd love to," Lauren said. "We're still in Sunset Plains, but can be back to the station in an hour. What have you got?"
"It's actually because you're in Sunset Plains that I called," Doyle said. "I was hoping you hadn't left yet. Is Shannon with you?"
"I'm here," Shannon piped up.
"Perfect," Doyle said. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Sunset Plains, and our scans indicate it might turn into a pretty big tornado.
The excitement bubbling in Lauren's stomach turned to lead. Shannon bounced up and down, nodding vigorously. "That's great news, sir! Just how big a tornado are we talking?" Lauren heard the words as though through water, distant and muffled. Cold dread turned her hands icy. She glanced over at Shannon. The sparkle in her eyes clearly said that she was thrilled at the prospect of chasing another storm. Lauren waited for the exhilaration she always felt before a chase to bubble up inside her, but fear overshadowed everything.
"The Doppler's changing so fast we can't keep up with it," Doyle said, "but it looks like it's going to be an F3 or F4. I'm guessing the storm will hit in about an hour, maybe less."
Lauren inhaled sharply. She'd only chased one F4 and it had been terrifying. That night at the hotel, she had huddled under the blankets and watched reruns of Gilligan's Island, pretending she was back in Sunset Plains with her parents and Tanner.
"How do the skies look there?"
Doyle asked. Lauren glanced up at the gray clouds, cold fingers of fear skittering down her spine. "It's pretty windy, but no rain yet."
"Well, keep an eye on it," Doyle said. "I know you have limited resources, but do your best with what you have. I wish we could get the satellite van and Doppler equipment to you in time for a live broadcast. Oh well, you'll have to track the storm the old-fashioned way."
"We can do that," Lauren said, her hand tightening on the phone.
"Do you have the good equipment on hand, Shannon?"
"I never leave home without it," Shannon said. "We'll get you excellent footage."
"I knew I could count on you, ladies."
Doyle's voice was warm.
"Let me know when you're headed back to the station. And Lauren?"
"Yes?"
"Don't let this tornado get you, okay? I'd hate to have to groom another rookie to take over the roving reporter spot next year."
Shannon's mouth fell open and she held up her hand for a high five. Lauren returned it, but the motion felt automatic, hollow. What was wrong with her? This was the break she had been waiting for. "You've got it," Lauren said. They said their goodbyes and she hung up the phone. "Holy crap!" Shannon let out a whoop. "He pretty much just promised us the roving reporter spot." "I know." "Why aren't you excited?" Shannon demanded. "That promotion is all I've heard you talk about since you got here. This is it." "I am excited," Lauren said, but the words felt like a lie. She held up her phone. "How are we going to track this storm? All I have is that stupid app and it's barely better than nothing at all." "Well, how did you track the last one?" Lauren glanced back at Jake's garage, the warm glow of happy memories now completely gone. Tanner had said he wouldn't try to stop her from chasing storms, but that didn't mean he'd let her use his equipment to track one. It was unfair to even ask. "What aren't you telling me?" Shannon pressed. "We can't blow this, so fess up." Lauren leaned her head back against the headrest and blew out a breath. Shannon was right. She and Tanner were in the past. This job was her future. Okay. There's a weather station with Doppler equipment at the satellite campus across town." "That's perfect!" Shannon put the car in gear and backed out of their parking spot. "Which way do I head?" "I'm not sure it's that easy." Shannon glanced over at her. "Why? Is it running an outdated system or something?" Lauren reluctantly pointed in the direction of the campus, and Shannon headed down the road. "No, it's got the latest software, even better than what we have at the station." "So what's the problem?" Shannon asked. There were so many problems that Lauren wouldn't even know where to start explaining them all. She loved Tanner. Tanner hated tornadoes. Lauren loved chasing them, and somewhere in the middle of all that, they had both gotten their hearts broken. "My ex is in charge of the center. He's not too happy with me these days." Maybe that last storm had been about running away from her feelings, but this was different. Doyle had asked them to do this. They came to a stop sign, and Shannon slammed on the brakes a bit too hard. "Your ex? Wait, are we talking about broke his heart Tanner?" Lauren sighed. "Yeah, turn left here." She'd said, "I love you," and he'd said goodbye.
Lauren closed her eyes, remembering her crushed car. Was he pushing her away out of fear, or did he really not want her anymore? "Why is he in charge of the weather center?" Shannon asked. "He's a meteorology professor there. Or rather a teacher, I guess, since he doesn't have his PhD yet." Not that she had any doubts about him defending his thesis when the time came and getting that degree. Longing overwhelmed her, and she gripped the dashboard as Shannon swerved around another corner. She wanted to be there when he got that degree. "I get that navigating X's can be a challenge, but what's got him so upset right now?" Shannon asked. "Let's just say he was less than happy with my decision to chase that last tornado. We didn't part on the best of terms." When he'd kissed her back, she had thought everything was finally okay again. She'd made such a mess of everything. "Well, he's going to have to get over that. If we want the best possible shots of this storm, we need up-to-date and specific information, and the app can't give us that." Shannon pointed at the darkening sky. "Right now, I wouldn't even know which direction to head. We need to see where the cell is forming. This is our chance, Laure. We've got to come through for Doyle." Lauren knew Shannon was right. She sighed, running a hand through her hair. This conversation wouldn't be pretty. She glanced at the dashboard, noting it was just after 2 o'clock. "Yeah, okay. Tanner should be there teaching a class right now. No promises, but we can at least ask to use the equipment." "Maybe he won't say no if I'm with you. It's worth a shot." "If he says no, we'll make do with what we have," Lauren said. "He won't say no," Shannon said, her voice confident. "You guys are old news, right? It would be totally heartless to damage our careers just because you two didn't work out in high school or whatever." "Tanner is anything but heartless," Lauren said. "He's one of the best guys out there." "Then he'll let us borrow the equipment," Shannon said. "Let's go chase that storm." Chapter 14. Lauren's stomach knotted as they pulled into the parking lot of the satellite campus. She chewed on a nail, searching for Tanner's rusting green truck. Wind billowed through the trees and branches thrashed about as leaves tumbled across the blacktop. Lauren could totally relate to those trees right about now. "So is this Tanner guy going to kick us out of the building once we get inside or what?" Shannon asked as she unclicked her seatbelt. "Tanner is always a gentleman. Even when he had told her they were through, when he had said the kiss was a mistake, he'd been unfailingly kind. And yeah, he had gotten a little abrupt when chewing her out for chasing tornadoes, but after seeing the car, she understood that now too. "Chasing those storms was a bad decision," a voice that sounded suspiciously like her mother's whispered. "And chasing this one is even worse. It's too dangerous. Do you have any idea how bad the winds can get in an F4? She did. 260 miles an hour. Lauren opened the car door and the wind yanked it from her hand. It slammed open before whipping back toward her foot, poised halfway out of the car. Lauren caught it just in time. Her hair tore from her ponytail and flew around her face, the strands hitting her with enough force to make her eyes water. In the few minutes it had taken them to drive from Jake's garage, the storm had really picked up steam. Lauren and Shannon stumbled across the parking lot and toward the building. Grit filled the air, and Lauren spit, trying to clear it from her mouth. "Chasing this tornado won't bring us back," the voice that sounded like her mother's said again. "In 4 years, has chasing storms ever once made you truly happy?" Lauren focused on the wind rushing through the trees, trying to drown out the thoughts. She grabbed the front door, but the wind kept it firmly shut. Shannon added her strength to Lauren's, and together they pried it open an inch. That was all the wind needed. It caught the door, flinging it against the wall with a loud crack. Lauren and Shannon raced inside, narrowly missing the slam as the door shut again, flung closed by the wind. "It's going to be a big one," Shannon said, her eyes glowing with excitement. Her auburn hair was a ratted mess around her face. "Where do we find Tanner? I'm dying to see this storm on radar."
He'll either be in his classroom or the lab. Lauren pointed down the eerily quiet hallway. It's the second-to-last door on the right. Their footsteps echoed loudly off the walls. Each door they passed was shut, the lights inside the classroom turned off. "Are you sure this place is open?" Shannon asked. "They'd have locked the doors if it wasn't. There were multiple classes going on when I came here for the lecture, and it was about this time of day. Maybe they canceled classes for the storm." "When did they have time to cancel? We just found out about it 10 minutes ago and we work for a news station." Lauren shrugged. "It's a small campus and word gets around fast. Most students could be home in minutes." They came to the end of the hallway and paused in front of Tanner's door. It looked like all the others, shut tight with the lights off. Shannon turned the knob. "Locked. Looks like they all are. But why are the main doors open?" "I don't know. Tanner must have gone home." Disappointment warred with relief. She didn't know how to face him after his last rejection. She didn't know how to stop chasing tornadoes. "Maybe he's watching the storm in the lab," Shannon said. "That's where I'd be." Crap, Shannon was probably right. He'd want to keep the local authorities informed of the storm's progress, and the college had a storm shelter, so he'd be perfectly safe here. It made sense that he'd be in the lab. The tornado sirens hadn't gone off yet, and watching the Doppler would be fascinating. Twice now he had told her that they were through. It wasn't like asking for help so she could chase the storm could ruin things further. "We might as well check while we're here," Lauren said. "The lab is on the second floor." "Let's take the stairs. I don't want to be stuck in the elevator if the power goes out." Lauren nodded and led Shannon to the same stairwell she had first traversed with Tanner. They hurried to the second floor and entered another silent hallway. But Lauren knew immediately that they had found Tanner. A doorstop propped open the lab door and light spilled into the hallway. "Is that it?" Shannon asked. Lauren nodded, pausing outside the door. Her legs felt way too shaky for her liking. "What do I do?" she asked in a whisper. Shannon rolled her eyes as though the answer was obvious. "Knock!" Such a simple action, but it felt significant. A step Lauren wasn't sure she should take. She closed her eyes, a headache throbbing at the base of her skull. Shannon wanted that roving reporter spot almost as much as Lauren did, and Doyle was counting on them to get the footage. With the storm moving so quickly, Lauren doubted any other station would be able to get coverage in time. Tonight, everyone would be tuning in to Tulsa One. Her decision made, Lauren rapped sharply on the door. "Tanner, are you in there?" Wheels squeaked as though a chair rolled back. The door swung wide, revealing Tanner in slacks and a button-down shirt, glasses sliding down the slope of his nose. Lauren's heart pounded, and she placed a hand on the doorframe to steady herself. "Lauren?" Tanner said, clearly bewildered. "Hi." She cleared her throat, then grabbed Shannon's arm, pulling her forward. "Tanner, this is Shannon, my camera gal at the station. Shannon, meet Tanner." Shannon stuck out her hand. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, too," Tanner murmured. He looked back and forth between them. "What are you doing here?" Lauren opened her mouth, but the words were frozen in her throat. She wanted to beg him to give them another chance, demand he kiss her again, and this time not call it a mistake. Shannon squeezed Lauren's arm, then spoke up. "We're hoping you'll let us use your equipment." Tanner's eyes darkened. He folded his arms, stance wide, and stared right at Lauren. "You're chasing another storm?" She lifted a shoulder, looking away. "It's different this time," she said quietly. "We're on assignment from the station." "It would be awesome if we could get a look at the Doppler before we go out there," Shannon broke in. "We're kind of flying blind here, no equipment or anything. Our boss really wants this footage, and it'd go a long way toward convincing him that we should replace the roving reporter when she retires. He's practically promised us the promotion if we come through today." "Is that what you want?" Tanner asked. His eyes swam with emotions Lauren couldn't quite name. She swallowed hard, then nodded. "Yes," Shannon and I have worked really hard for this.
For a moment, she thought he was going to slam the door in their face. His jaw clenched and his eyes narrowed, but then he dropped his arm and motioned them inside the lab. Yeah, I guess that would be okay. Shannon pumped a fist in victory.
Fantastic! You're really saving us here.
Depends on your perspective, Tanner muttered. Lauren paused in front of him, feeling small.
Doyle really did call us.
Anything for the next adrenaline rush, right? She opened her mouth to argue, but Shannon's whistles stole her attention.
Wowzer!
Shannon bent down, peering at the computer that Tanner had obviously been working on. A Doppler image filled the screen, the greens, blues, and yellows hard to miss.
The detailing on this image is incredible.
We're really lucky to have such powerful software at such a small campus. Tanner motioned to Lauren. Have a seat. You know how to work the program.
Thanks.
Lauren sank into the chair and started clicking, searching for the data they needed. Her eyes widened as an image filled the screen. Dark blue was surrounded by purple, which bled into red, then yellow. The storm hadn't quite formed an eye, but it would very soon. Lauren clicked, zooming in to take measurements.
It's beautiful, Shannon breathed. Textbook perfect.
I've been watching it for almost an hour, Tanner said. In fact, I was on the phone with the fire department right before you arrived. They should sound the tornado sirens any second now.
They'll need to for this one, Shannon said.
Tanner folded his arms, watching the screen. It's moving fairly quickly and headed right toward town. A lot of people will be in big trouble if it hits. Fear for her former neighbor swept through Lauren. She leaned forward, studying the image.
I don't think it'll make it quite this far. If it continues on its current trajectory, it'll just graze the fields on the edge of town.
It could turn at the last second, Tanner said, his words thick with underlying meaning. Decide to take a different course. She could wait out the storm here in the campus's tornado shelter with Tanner. She imagined his arms wrapped tightly around her as they huddled together in a dark room. After the storm was over, they could go back to her house, no, his house now, and she'd cook him dinner. Maybe he'd kiss her again. Maybe this time it wouldn't be a mistake. Lauren blinked, focusing on the screen again. She was being ridiculous. Storm chasing had been all she wanted for 4 years. Getting caught in that tornado had made her lose her edge, but she wasn't going to let the vortex win.
The cell will be huge, Shannon said.
It looks ready to form at any moment, Lauren agreed. I'd say it's 5 miles outside of town right now? Shannon nodded. Maybe 6. People in town should be fine as long as they take shelter. The siren should go off any moment now, Tanner said. Most people will listen to the warning. Lauren ignored the subtle jab, taking more measurements. I think Doyle was underestimating this storm, Shannon said, awe in her voice. It might actually be an F5. I've never tracked something this big. It's an F4 at least, Lauren agreed, her knees trembling. She wouldn't forget what it felt like to be picked up by the twister and thrown into a field any time soon. You don't have to chase it, her mother's voice whispered. The shaking in Lauren's knees increased. Could she really return to her old life, to Sunset Plains? It seemed crazy. There hasn't been an F5 in the States in over a year, Shannon said. Lauren grabbed a piece of scratch paper and scribbled down some notes. Tornado season was also supposed to end last week. The weather this year has been even more unpredictable than normal. True, Shannon sighed, leaning back in her chair. I wish we could take the equipment with us. Even the station's portable station would be better than the crappy phone app. This will have to do. Lauren tucked the notes in her pocket and rose on unsteady legs. Last time she had been emotional and it had clouded her thinking. Today she'd be smarter. She needed to feel close to her parents again, needed to prove to herself that she wasn't letting fear make her choices, needed to chase this storm.
Thanks for letting us use the equipment, Lauren said.
Wait.
Tanner grabbed her arm, pulling her to a stop. Electricity sparked from where their skin touched, the heat in his eyes nearly burning her. Lauren stood frozen, unable to pull away. The look in his eyes contradicted the words he had said the last time they kissed. Was he regretting his choice?
I'll go check on the camera, Shannon said. I'll meet you in the car.
Lauren nodded, and Shannon quietly slipped from the room, letting the door swing closed behind her.
Don't go,
Tanner said, his voice urgent. Tanner. She rested a hand on his chest, feeling his heart pulse beneath it. I have to, but this isn't like last time. I'm not upset and Shannon will be with me. It's strictly business.
That's a lie and you know it.
His voice was thick with emotion as he covered her hand with his.
I know you're still grieving, but there has to be another way.
She wrenched her hand away. This isn't about my parents. I'm doing my job, one I'm really good at, I might add.
The last storm nearly killed you.
She folded her arms, hoping he couldn't see the way her entire body trembled with fear. I'll be more careful this time.
Please, Laura.
His voice cracked.
I love you too. I was scared to say it before, but there it is. I love you, and I can't watch the woman I love run headlong into danger again.
You love me? She whispered. He brushed back a strand of hair, his touch making her nerves spark.
I never stopped.
Her heart swelled with happiness, and she grabbed his arm as an idea popped into her mind. Then come with me. You'll see that there's nothing to worry about. I have to do this, Tanner. I have to chase this storm.
Are you kidding me?
He wrenched his arm away and thrust a hand toward the computer screen.
An F-5, Lauren. There have only been like 60 of those recorded in the United States.
All hope vanished in that moment, like a balloon that had just been popped. She'd acknowledged his fears and tried to soothe them, but he wasn't even attempting to understand her need to see this twister. So that's it then? She folded her arms, blinking back tears. You won't even try to understand why this is so important to me?
I'm too busy seeing your life flash before my eyes.
So come with me. If you could just feel the power of the storm, you'd understand. He slowly backed away, shaking his head.
No.
Okay then. She couldn't seem to stop nodding as she backed her way toward the door. I guess I'll see you around.
Don't do this, he begged. Stay here with me in the shelter.
I can't. She turned, walking briskly toward the door.
Come back, Tanner said. Lauren!
She ignored him and ran out the door. He loved her, but not enough. Maybe he never had. Lauren's footsteps echoed in the stairwell, the pull of barely healing skin on her leg a constant reminder of just how close she had come to game over with the last tornado. She'd felt peace in the cemetery, happiness while hanging photographs of her parents around the apartment, a bittersweet longing at her old family home. But tornadoes made her feel alive in a way nothing else could. She wouldn't let one mishap steal that from her. She threw her entire weight against the front doors and managed to get outside. The wind fought against her every step as Lauren pushed her way across the parking lot. She pried open the door to Shannon's car, barely slipping inside before the wind slammed it shut behind her.
Everything okay?
Shannon asked. Lauren wiped beneath her eyes, and her fingers came away dark with grit. Was she okay? She didn't know. Maybe chasing the tornado would help her figure it out. Yes, Lauren lied, pulling out her notes. Now let's go find that funnel. Chapter 15. Tanner stared at the door, feeling as though she had ripped his heart out and stomped on it. She'd left. Again. He stumbled into a chair, his breathing ragged. Admitting his feelings, admitting his fears, it hadn't mattered to her. She'd still gone after the storm. Maybe she was just the type of girl who ran away.
Tanner ran a hand over his face, trying to steady his breathing. No, that didn't quite make sense either. For 3 years, they'd had a stable relationship. Lauren had been a rock until after her parents' deaths. Had that one traumatic event fundamentally changed who she was? He slammed his hand against the desk. 4 years had passed, and he still loved her as much as the day she left. She said she still loved him too, so why weren't they together? The Doppler flashed on the monitor. The storm swept toward town, growing larger with every second that passed, and Lauren was headed straight for it. "Come with me," she'd begged. "I have to chase this storm." Fear clawed at his chest at the thought of heading towards something so violent. What was it about tornadoes that helped her feel so close to her parents? He pounded the desk again, then brought a fist to his lips. She was going to die in one of these storms, and all because she was grieving. Didn't the fear of the storm just block out all other emotions? Tanner sat up straight as a light bulb clicked in his head. "That's it," he muttered. Lauren had accused him multiple times of hearing what she said without ever truly listening. He thought back over all their arguments, both before she left and since she'd returned. Over and over again, she had told him that she needed tornadoes to feel close to her parents, to fill the hole they had left in her life. He'd been judging her for the pain he couldn't understand. The kind of pain that made her throw herself in the path of a literal force of nature. Tanner glanced again at the Doppler, feeling momentarily dizzy. An F5. Fear swept through him at the thought of Lauren chasing such a monster. He should be holding her while she weathered that pain. But when she had asked for his support tonight, he'd refused to give it, just like he had all those years ago. The black cell moved across the monitor, growing larger with each passing second. Tanner ripped open a desk drawer and grabbed his keys. He couldn't change the past, but maybe, just maybe, he was finally ready to rewrite their future. Today he would swallow his fear and stand beside her as she felt the pain, without trying to fix it. Maybe then they could start rebuilding their relationship. It wouldn't be easy to live with his fears for her safety, but every time Lauren chased a storm, Tanner would be right by her side. He could live with the fear. What he couldn't live without was Lauren. Tanner raced from the room, barely remembering to lock the door behind him. Outside, the sky was black. Rain poured from the clouds in buckets, nearly drowning out the wail of the tornado siren. Tanner fought his way to his truck, struggling to breathe as the wind whipped straight through him. He was instantly soaked, his hair and clothes plastered to his body and glasses covered in water. Had Lauren made it to the vortex yet? Was she even now watching the funnel decimate the lands right outside Sunset Plains? It had already been 15 minutes since she left. Tanner gripped the steering wheel of his truck and headed west. Water filled the potholes and divots in the pockmarked pavement, and mud covered the asphalt. He bounced along the uneven terrain, pressing his truck to drive faster. Lauren needed him. This time, Tanner wouldn't let her down. He leaned over the steering wheel, peering up at the sky. A funnel was already forming in the nearly black clouds. Tanner pressed the gas, racing across the blacktop. "Come on, come on, come on," he muttered. What if he wasn't even on the right road? There weren't many roads out this way, but Lauren might have taken one of the dirt paths across private lands, or maybe the road that headed more southwest than south. The wind howled, angry and fierce, and whipped away the screech of the tornado siren. Tanner leaned forward again to see out the windshield and up to the sky. He gasped. In less than a minute, the funnel had formed into a cloud at least half a mile wide at the top. It stretched toward the earth like a long index finger ready to flip the off switch on the entire town. Wind buffeted Tanner's truck across the road. He gripped the wheel, struggling to maintain control as his tires spun on the wet asphalt. One tire left the pavement as he took a bend in the road too quickly, barely clearing a copse of trees. With the trees no longer obstructing his vision, a car appeared suddenly up ahead, crashed in the middle of the road. A tree jutted through the front window shield, its branches littering the ground. Tanner slammed on his brakes and the truck screeched to a halt a few feet from the car. "No!" he yelled, jumping out of the truck. He didn't recognize the blue four-door sedan, but the Tulsa One bumper sticker was just visible through the rain. The car must be Shannon's. He stumbled toward the passenger side window, praying that both women were okay. It was like Mr. and Mrs. Erickson's deaths all over again. Nausea rolled in his stomach, and black spots flashed before his vision. Tanner blinked quickly, taking deep breaths. The car was empty. He sagged against the door in relief. The tree trunk had gone right through the center of the windshield, likely missing both women by mere inches. A trunk thicker than his torso rested on the hood of the car. What if they had been thrown from the car? Tanner whipped back and forth, scanning the sides of the road for any sign of Lauren and Shannon. Dark clouds had blocked out nearly all sunlight, and rain drenched the lenses of his glasses. She had to be okay. Lauren had defied death before. Lightning flashed, illuminating two dark figures a few yards off the side of the road. Thunder cracked, the boom reverberating through the soles of Tanner's shoes. He stumbled toward the two figures, relief making him giddy. "Lauren!" he called, waving an arm. "Lauren!" His words were drowned out by the rain, but he could see Lauren and Shannon, and they were okay. Lauren leaned into the wind, her hair swirling around her head as dirt and debris whipped past. She clutched a microphone in one hand and pointed behind her. Shannon stood a few feet in front of Lauren, a camera propped on her shoulder as she filmed. Tanner fought his way toward them, struggling to breathe as each gust of air stole the oxygen from his lungs. Fear tightened his chest, but he ignored it. He could battle his fears for Lauren. She needed him, and this time he wouldn't let her down. Lauren's words whipped toward him, barely audible over the wind and rain. She faced the camera, her reporter smile firmly in place, and hadn't noticed him yet. "The funnel is at least half a mile wide now. As we saw mere moments ago, it obliterated an entire barn in less than 3 seconds. "Cut!" Shannon called. She pulled the camera off her shoulder. "Time to go, Laure. It's getting way too close for comfort." Lauren clutched the microphone, her face pale. "The car's a total loss, so it's not like we can get far. Let's film a little longer." Tanner gritted his teeth and took another step forward. It was like walking through gelatin. "No way!" Shannon said. "I guess I'm not as hardcore as you. Let's find a ditch and lie low. The footage is worth nothing to us if we're dead." Everything in Tanner screamed at him to throw Lauren in the cab of his truck and drive as far away from here as possible. But this time, he'd let her call the shots and support whatever decisions she made. Lauren was a risk-taker, but she wasn't suicidal. She'd leave when it was time. "Lauren!" Tanner called. His words were immediately whipped away, and he raised his voice to a shout. "Lauren!" Her eyes grew wide with disbelief, and she dropped the microphone to her side. "What are you doing here?" With a yell, he took one last step forward. He reached out a hand, clasping hers in his. "I came to find you." "Why?" He grabbed her other hand, which still held the microphone, and brought both to his lips. "Because I love you. I'm finally listening, Laure. If you need to chase storms to feel close to your parents, then I want to chase them with you." She brought a hand to her mouth, her shoulders shaking. "I can't believe it." "Believe it," he said. "I'm all in, Laure. No more running, for either of us." "I'm not going anywhere," she said. The wind let out another roar, and Lauren whipped around. The funnel touched down, pulling an entire farmhouse off its foundation with one swoop. An involuntary yell ripped from Tanner's throat. "We have to go," Shannon said. A crack echoed on the wind, and a tree flew past. Lauren's face had gone white. "You have your truck?" Tanner nodded.
Okay, Lauren said. Shannon's right. Let's go.
The run back to the truck went much faster. Wind pushed at their backs as they stumbled forward, trying to keep their legs beneath them as they slipped their way across the muddy field.
Maybe we can still get some decent filler shots from a few miles away, Shannon called.
Lauren nodded, her hand gripping Tanner's tightly.
Good idea.
Tanner wanted nothing more than to keep driving until they were to his home, where they could hunker down in a storm cellar. But Lauren needed this. He would help her grieve, even if it meant staring down the eye of a storm. They scrambled into the truck, Lauren seated in the middle. Lightning struck, and the earth seemed to vibrate with the force of the thunder. Tanner fumbled with his keys, fingers numb with cold and fear. They fell to the floor, and he cursed. Tanner leaned down, frantically pawing the floorboard until his fingers brushed cool metal. He shoved the key in the ignition, and then they were racing down the blacktop. A fence flew across the road, and Tanner swerved, barely missing it. Shannon swore, glancing over her shoulder.
It's gaining.
Tanner was going to have a heart attack right here and now. Did Lauren really feel closer to her parents in a storm? Her face was white, lips pursed tightly together. One of her hands tightly clenched his knee. "You okay?" Tanner asked. She nodded stiffly. "I'm here," Tanner said, glancing over at her again. "Whatever you need, Laur, I'm here." A fence post appeared out of nowhere, striking the hood of the truck. Lauren's scream pierced his ears as Tanner swerved. The truck engine coughed and sputtered, then shut off. The truck lost speed, hydroplaning on the wet pavement while Tanner struggled to maintain control. He couldn't see anything. The post had penetrated the hood of the truck, bending it at an odd angle and obstructing his view.
"Hold on!"
Shannon yelled. Lauren's hands closed around Tanner's arm, her nails digging into his skin. He gripped the steering wheel, desperately trying to keep them from flipping. The truck spun across the pavement, then plowed into a fence. The screech of crunching metal joined with the howl of the wind. Tanner threw an arm across Lauren's chest as they jolted toward the dashboard. Tanner dropped his arm, surveying the women. "Anyone hurt?" Shannon shook her head while Lauren tugged on Tanner's arm.
"It's coming,"
she said, glancing over her shoulder.
"Go, go, go!"
Tanner let out a curse. The funnel cloud barreled toward them, a hungry monster consuming everything in its path. He stumbled out of the truck, pulling Lauren after him. "Where do we run?" Tanner asked. Lauren pointed to a ditch a few yards away. Large cement irrigation pipes, at least 4 feet wide, were just visible above the flattened prairie grasses.
"There!"
she said. Shannon sprinted across the road, camera in hand. Tanner grabbed Lauren's hand and pulled her after Shannon's longer stride.
"Hurry!"
Shannon called. Tanner looked over his shoulder. A mistake. The tornado was right on their tail. He let out a yell, pulling Lauren forward as he silently urged her to run faster. Would they make it? Shannon dove into the pipe. Tanner pushed Lauren in front and she scrambled inside. He was right behind her. Tanner barely registered the sting of rough concrete against his palms. The pipe shook, rolling back and forth in the ditch. Lauren let out a scream as her shoulder slammed against the side of the pipe. He grabbed her arm, their faces close. "You okay?" he yelled in her ear. She nodded and continued crawling toward the center of the pipe. He'd wasted so much time being stubborn, and now they might die before he ever got to apologize. Lauren collapsed in the middle of the pipe, and Tanner threw himself over her in a protective huddle. The thunderous roar of the tornado drowned out the sound of her screams. He was barely aware of Shannon crouched a few feet from them, her camera clutched to her chest. Tanner squeezed his eyes shut tightly, feeling the pull of the vortex as the pipe shook violently. He clung to Lauren, praying they both make it out of this alive.
"I'm sorry,"
Lauren yelled, her mouth close to his ear.
"I shouldn't have given up on us 4 years ago. I loved you so much, and I didn't know how to make you understand what I needed."
"I know." He took her face in his hand, caressing her cheeks with his thumbs. I don't care about that anymore. All I want is you. That's all I've ever wanted." Her laugh turned to a scream as the pipe rose a few inches off the ground, then crashed back down with a bone-rattling crunch. Tanner yelled, pressing himself closer against Lauren. Her breathing puffed against his cheek, shallow and fast. "If this is how you need to grieve, that's okay," he said. "In the future, I'd appreciate it if we didn't get quite so close to the storm, but I will do whatever necessary to help you through this. I'll be there for you the way I wasn't before." "I don't need this anymore," Lauren said. Tanner laughed, burying his face in her neck. "Really?" He could feel her nod against his shoulder. "Really? You were right again. There are other ways to feel close to my parents." Tanner tightened his hold on Lauren. "I'd love to talk about them when our lives aren't in danger." Lauren laughed, her hands threading through his hair. "Deal." The pipe jumped again. Behind them, Shannon yelled. Shingles flew past the pipe opening, and Tanner heard what sounded like an entire roof crash into the ground. Lauren grabbed his face, forcing him to look at her. "The cemetery helps me feel close to my parents and surrounding myself with their memories and being in the house I grew up in. Not some tornado." She let out a shallow laugh. "I'm not feeling close to them at all right now. Just scared. I wanted so badly to stay at the school with you, but it seems stupid to give up something I've spent so long working for because I was afraid." He leaned his forehead against hers, laughing hoarsely. "And now?" Her sapphire blue eyes held his. "Now all I want is you. I'm done running. I love you, Tanner." His entire soul sang with the beauty of those words. "I love you too." Her eyes stared into his, wide and vulnerable, while the storm raged outside. Tanner brushed the hair out of her face, then leaned down, his lips hungrily claiming hers. He could taste the grit of the storm on her lips and feel the desperation in her touch. She pressed herself against him, and he threaded his fingers through her wet, dirt-caked hair. Dust and debris blew into the pipe, and he was vaguely aware of Shannon huddled at the other end. But none of that mattered anymore. "I'm never letting you go again," Tanner said. Tears made muddy trails down Lauren's cheeks. "I'm not going anywhere." The pipe seemed to rock back and forth forever, although Tanner knew it could only have been minutes at most. He and Lauren held on to each other, twin anchors in a storm. Eventually the pipe became still and the wind died down to a dull roar. Tanner slowly rose, letting Lauren crawl out from underneath him. "I think it's past," Shannon said, putting a hand to her forehead. "Holy crap, that was frickin' insane!" Tanner tucked a strand of hair behind Lauren's ear. "Yeah, it was." Shannon crawled toward the pipe opening. "I'm going to check things out." Lauren traced a finger across Tanner's lips, her sapphire blue eyes staring up at him. "I love you," she whispered. He bent, placing a soft kiss to her lips. "I love you too." "Holy crap," Shannon said, her voice muffled now that she was outside. Lauren crawled toward the edge of the pipe, and Tanner followed. "That bad?" Lauren asked. Tanner didn't know what kind of destruction he'd find once they stepped outside, but whatever had happened out there, they were alive. He could still feel Lauren's warm lips against his, a dream he thought he'd never experience again. He ducked out of the pipe and slowly rose to his feet, wrapping Lauren's hand in his. The field looked like a war zone. A house had been dropped in the middle of it, the roof completely gone and sides split apart. He hoped no one had been inside. Next to the house, a cow's legs were just visible from underneath a car. The tall grasses of the prairie had been cut down to stubs, and grass mingled with hay was strewn about the road. "Whoa," Lauren said, leaning into him. "Yeah," Tanner said, taking in a shaky breath. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, pulling her tightly against his side. "I can't believe we're alive." Lauren turned to Tanner. her eyes blazing. "Me either," he whispered, caressing her cheek. "I can't believe I almost got us both killed." Tanner dropped a kiss on her forehead. "I trust you, Lauren, and I'll follow you to the ends of the earth if you'll let me." Her eyes filled with tears, and she wrapped both arms around his waist. "Chasing storms isn't worth losing you. I don't need the adrenaline to feel close to my parents anymore, to feel alive. You make me feel alive, Tanner. You are enough." He rested his head against hers, closing his eyes as happiness flowed through him. "And you're enough for me, Lauren Reynolds. I'm done trying to change you. I love you just the way you are." She kissed him then, fiercely and passionately. Tanner clung to her, his heart soaring. The weeks and days ahead would bring challenges, he was sure, but together they could face any storm and come out stronger on the other side. Epilogue. 1 year later. Lauren stood on the front porch of her childhood home, watching the storm roll across the Sunset Plains prairie. Black cumulonimbus clouds billowed in the distance, perhaps 3 or 4 miles away, and she knew that soon the updraft would begin to create a funnel. She closed her eyes, imagining racing across the prairie with Shannon, a microphone in hand as the cameras rolled. Lauren could almost feel the wind stinging her cheeks as rain chilled her clear to the bone. The roar of thunder would fill her eardrums, blocking out all other sound. Her blood would rush with anticipation of the pure thrill and terror that accompanied chasing a force of nature that might turn on her at any moment. For so long she had needed that adrenaline rush to feel alive. But those days were past now. She'd finally started seeing a counselor who was helping her learn how to channel her grief and process her emotions in healthy ways. 3 months ago, she and Tanner had stood before a pastor and promised to love each other for the rest of their lives. The church had overflowed with friends and family, and many of the old-timers had reminisced about attending Lauren's parents' wedding at the exact same church nearly 30 years earlier. She'd shed tears of happiness that she was finally joining her life with Tanner's, and tears of sorrow that her parents weren't there to see it. But the hard emotions no longer overshadowed the good ones. That experience had been 1,000 times more fulfilling than any storm. But Lauren had a feeling this next adventure would top even that. Arms slipped around her waist and Lauren leaned back, nestling against Tanner's chest. He let out a deep, contented sigh, tightening his grip. She inhaled deeply, loving the way the scent of rain mixed with Tanner's cologne. "Missing your old life?" Tanner whispered. He brushed her hair aside, his lips caressing her neck in a soft kiss that made her shiver. Lauren spun in his arms, rising on tiptoes to meet his lips. "Definitely not. My old life didn't have you." His mouth quirked up in a smile as he played with the lightning bolt clip in her hair. "I don't expect to compare with a tornado. Or have you forgotten that I've been caught in the middle of one, too?" "Oh, you're much better than a tornado. Predictable, dependable, steady." "Aren't all those just synonyms for boring?" "Hardly. A tornado can't do this." She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing closer. "Or this." She brushed her lips against his again. He murmured, pulling her in for a longer, more satisfying kiss. "No, it can't." Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Tanner pulled her onto the porch swing beside him. "Is the storm making you miss your parents?" Lauren pursed her lips, thinking. "I think storms will always remind me of what I've lost, but I don't need the adrenaline to feel close to them anymore. Storms filled a hole in my heart that isn't there now. All I need is you." Try telling that to Shannon.
Lauren laughed. "I think she's okay with how things turned out." The near miss with the tornado had rattled Shannon, but she still hadn't been thrilled when Lauren admitted she had changed her mind and wanted to report on the weather from the studio instead of the field.
Lauren had told Doyle she wasn't interested in the roving reporter spot, and Shannon had grudgingly done the same. She said working boring human interest pieces with Lauren was still a better option than teaming up with some obnoxious roving reporter. Not long after taking their names out of the running for the roving reporter spot, one of the weather reporters had quit unexpectedly. Doyle had offered Lauren the promotion almost immediately. He had said her dedication to the job, combined with her meteorology degree, made her a perfect fit for the position. Lauren had refused to take the promotion unless Shannon came with her, knowing it might cost her the job. But Doyle had agreed to Lauren's conditions without hesitating. Shannon's eyes had grown wide at the pay increase, and she hadn't complained about giving up on the roving reporter spot since. "Tornadoes were an adventure for you," Tanner said.
"Being married to you is an adventure."
"Not the same." Lauren laughed. She nestled against Tanner's side, setting the swing in motion with one foot.
"I'm content to watch the storm from here," she said. "I'm nice and warm, my hair isn't filled with mud, and I can go inside and mix up a pitcher of sweet tea whenever I want."
"That does sound nice. How was your day off?"
She pretended to yawn, barely covering a grin. "Good. I had an appointment with Dr. Halloway, then I stopped by the cupcake shop and chatted with Cassidy for a bit. After that, I went to the cemetery and spent a few hours talking to my parents."
Tanner pulled back, his brow furrowed in concern. "Why were you at Dr. Halloway's?"
"Just getting a checkup."
"Oh." Tanner adjusted his glasses, then ran a hand through his hair. Even after a year together, she still melted at every simple gesture like those. "How is Cassidy doing?"
"Good. Excited about the baby. Jace was trying to convince her to go home, but she insisted working would put her into labor."
Tanner shook his head and chuckled. "Jace has his work cut out for him with her. I guess I can't talk, though."
"Hey!" Lauren playfully slapped his shoulder. "Why don't you ever say things like that about Natalie and Sean?"
"Because Natalie is reasonable." Tanner pulled Lauren back against his side. "So what did you talk to your parents about? It's been a while since you spent so long at the cemetery."
A nice long talk with them was long overdue. Mostly I told them about the new adventure you and I are embarking on.
Tanner raised an eyebrow. "Oh yeah? And just what adventure is that?" Happiness bubbled up inside her, and she couldn't stop smiling. Lauren gently took Tanner's hand and rested it on her stomach. His eyes grew wide, and he stared at her, eyebrows raised in question.
"I was thinking Vortex might make a good name," she said, her tone teasing, "but I'm open to suggestions."
Tears filled Tanner's eyes, and he blinked rapidly. "A baby?" he whispered.
"A baby," Lauren agreed.
He laughed, spreading his hand over her stomach. "I'm going to be a daddy. I can't believe this." Now she was the one blinking back tears. She covered his hand with hers, cradling their child.
"You're going to be an excellent one."
He rested their foreheads together, eyes brimming with emotion behind his glasses. "I love you so much, Lauren." She laughed, wiping a tear off his cheek.
"I love you too."
"This will be our best adventure yet, better than any tornado you've ever chased."
"Of that I have no doubt. Although our house might look like it was overtaken by a tornado once he or she hits the terrible twos."
"Worth it," Tanner said with a grin.
"I couldn't agree more."
Lightning pierced the sky, and Lauren leaned against Tanner with a contented sigh. This right here was better than any mesocyclone could ever hope to be. She was home to stay. This has been Match Me Again, No Match for Love, Book 10. Written by Lindsay Armstrong. Narrated by Tiffany Williams. Produced by Airbending Media Productions, LLC. Copyright 2019 by Lindsay Armstrong. Production copyright by Lindsay Armstrong.